Good evening, councillors, officers, and our viewers live streaming tonight's meeting. My name is Councillor Suzanne Newton, and I'm the Mayor of Darebin City Council and the chairperson of tonight's special meeting. It's my pleasure to welcome you to tonight's council meeting. I declare this meeting open at 6:04 p.m. This meeting is being held virtually and is available for the public to watch via the live stream link on this page. The meeting has been called to consider 2 rescission motions, urgent business items, and items that were adjourned from the council meeting held on the 18th of December 2023. Pursuant to section 1.136 of the governance rules, unless all councillors are present and unanimously agree to deal with another matter, only the business specified in the notice calling this meeting is to be transacted. Any discussions relating to confidential item under section 3(1) of the Local Government Act 2020 will require council to move into camera pursuant to section 66(2). Councillors, please leave your video on and mute your sound if you wish to speak. If you wish to speak or ask a question, please raise your hand like this and leave it raised until you have my attention. When voting, please leave your hand raised until I've called the vote. And note there is no chat facility available in the Zoom meeting. I'll go on to item 2, acknowledgement of traditional owners. I would like to start by acknowledging the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people, the traditional owners of this land, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and recognise their continuing connection to land, water and culture. I'll go on to membership. Before we commence, I'd like to introduce the councillors and senior staff who are with us this evening. Councillor Tim Lawrence, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Emily Dimitriades, Councillor Gaetano Greco, Councillor Tom Hannon, Councillor Trent McCarthy, Councillor Lena Messina, Councillor Susan Rennie, Councillor Julie Williams, and our officers in attendance tonight are Rachel Olivier, who is our acting CEO, Kylie Bennett, the General Manager of Community, Carolyn Brisson, the General Manager, Customer and Corporate, and Vanessa Petrie, General Manager, City Sustainability and Strategy, and Enna Piccolo, the Manager, Governance and Communications. I'll go on to item 3. Can I check, are there any apologies tonight? No. Okay. I'll go on to item 4, disclosures of conflict of interest. Councillors and officers, are there any conflicts of interest or interest to declare on the items on tonight's agenda? Councillor Messina.
Mayor Newton, actually, I should just bring up the agenda. I do have a conflict of interest. For my understanding is the one in relation to aged care. I don't know the item number. Thank you. I'll declare that when you announce the item.
Thank you. Have I got any further conflicts of interest? Councillor Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a conflict in relation to one of the items to be considered under Your Street USA, the rescission motion. If a new motion is put, if the rescission motion is carried and the new motion is put, I will ask that you as Chair exercise your discretion to take that motion in parts so that I can be present for most of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Have I got any further conflicts of interest to declare? No. Okay. Thank you, councillors. We'll now go on to item 5, Council's occupational health and safety responsibilities. Council has an occupational health and safety responsibility to ensure anyone attending tonight's meeting feels safe, both physically and emotionally. I would like to remind everyone in attendance to be respectful of each other, and as outlined in our governance rules, please note the following. 1, a councillor or any other person who addresses a meeting must do so in a courteous and respectful manner and must take direction from the chairperson whenever called on to do so. So we'll now move on to the items for the special meeting. So this is item 6, the notices of rescission. So we have 2 notices of rescission for consideration this evening. Councillor Rennie, would you like to declare your conflict again, or would you like to step out of the meeting at this point?
Thank you, Mayor. So as I said, I have a conflict in relation to one of the interventions, given that I'm in the immediate catchment. I declared a conflict at the December meeting, so I'll declare a conflict for the rescission motion. If that is carried, I'll ask that you invite me in so that I can request, as I asked before, for the other motion to be in 2 parts. If I could check with staff whether it's sufficient for me to absent myself by turning off sound and camera, or whether I need to exit the Zoom and re-enter the Zoom.
Thank you. Rachel, can we seek advice on that?
So yes, you would need to exit the meeting, Councillor Rennie.
I'll see you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just wait for Councillor Rennie to exit. She's done that. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Rachel. So we will now go on to...
Mayor Newton, sorry, Mayor Newton, just I'd like to know, because I'll have to declare a conflict and leave, will somebody be calling Councillor Rennie to let her know she's allowed back in? Because I'll also have that same issue. How will we know that we're allowed back in? Sorry, Mayor Newton.
Rachel. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Councillor Messina. Rachel, I'll go to you for that.
So an officer will call any council that needs to come back into the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Messina. Thank you, Rachel. So we will now go on to, this is item 6.1. This is notice of rescission for item 9.9, Your Street, Your Say, Group B. Councillor Dimitriadis, do you wish to move the motion?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And let me just, sorry, I'm just flipping between screens, so I might be a little bit slower than normal. Do I have a seconder for this motion? Councillors, do I have a seconder for this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Okay, Councillor Dimitriadis, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So regardless of whether anyone agrees or disagrees with the Your Street, Your Say Group B resolution, this resolution needs to be rescinded because there was insufficient debate on this matter and councillors were blocked from moving any amendments. In what I believe to be a breach of section 9.1 of Darebin's governance rules, the Mayor did not give adequate consideration for councillors to debate this matter. In addition, the Mayor did not take into account that I had an amendment to the Your Street, Your Say item, which I had circulated to all councillors prior to the meeting, as per our governance rules. The Mayor, all councillors, the governance team and the acting CEO that night were well aware of my amendment, but I was not given an opportunity for my amendment to be considered. Further, even before the Your Street, Your Say agenda item was moved, the Mayor prevented all questions to be asked of officers about this matter. I've noticed various councillors commenting on social media that the reasons there was insufficient debate on this matter was because there was not enough time during the December meeting to have a debate. Despite this being completely unfair and not in the interests of democracy, what wasn't said by these councillors was that the CEO had advised the Mayor and all councillors that time was going to be limited at the 18th of December meeting because there were a large number of items that needed to be addressed. And therefore, what he suggested ahead of the 18th of December meeting was that an additional meeting a few days later be held. However, some of these councillors didn't agree with the CEO, and here we find ourselves in a position where urgent items need to be dealt with because, for instance, in this case, the Your Street, Your Say project needs to go through a second round of community consultation, but unfortunately, councillors, including myself, were not given an opportunity to ask all my questions, express my concerns during debate, or even raise an amendment. Therefore, in the interests of good governance, I'd urge all councillors to put aside their political differences and abide by our very own governance rules to allow for sufficient debate to occur on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. Councillor Lawrence, would you like to speak to the motion?
We can't hear Councillor Lawrence.
Sorry. Yes, just briefly, because it's been covered about the history and circumstances of this motion, but this motion, this rescission motion does give us a chance to revisit the number of local issues that have come up from consultation across three parts of our city, which is an eastern side. These are things that obviously are important to all the people who are affected in terms of pedestrian safety and road safety. So I welcome the chance to, in this meeting to go over that again and debate it again.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Would anyone like to speak in opposition to this motion? last chance for anyone that would like to speak in opposition to this motion. Okay, do I have any further speakers on the motion? No, okay. I'll just go back to my running sheet. So there's just one thing that I wanted to point out personally, just as the chairperson, that the rationale and was incorrect, saying that there were no questions heard for this meeting. That was factually incorrect.
Sorry, point of order, Mayor.
Yes, what's the point of order?
10.1H, misleading. If that's actually incorrect, it said that not all questions. I had further questions which you were well aware of on the night, that you did not allow me to ask all the questions that I had. So there was the word all questions in there. So it's factually correct and it passed governance. So governance have reviewed this motion and it's very clear that they've approved it and published it in the public agenda.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to uphold that. I suppose the clarification that I would make is that I did allow 5 minutes for questions and I allowed Councillor Messina to ask 2 questions and I allowed Councillor Dimitriadis to ask 1 question, but yeah, I'm very happy to uphold that point of order. So we are now at the point where I'm now closing the debate for this item. So we're now voting on the rescission motion for Your Street, Your Say. Can I get all those councillors in favour? So I have Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco, Councillor Williams, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Dimitriadis. All those against? That's Councillor Newton, Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy. There's no abstention, so that rescission motion is passed. So the next thing I'd like to do is to ask for Councillor Rennie to be brought back into the meeting, please, and we'll just pause for that to happen.
Excuse me, Mayor. I just wonder if you could give me one moment. I'm trying to get my computer to work. I'm zooming on the phone at the moment. I can't really see everyone. I'm logging in. Hopefully I'll be there in a minute.
Yes, no worries, Councillor Hannan. We're waiting for Councillor Rennie to return as well. So we're just pausing for both of those things to happen.
Excuse me, Mayor Newton, can I just have some clarification in relation to the rescission notice? Since this, we voted on this, do we go back to the debate or does the original motion back in December still stand, or do we need to go to a new debate for that particular item?
So the motion has been rescinded. So that means that the motion that was passed in 18th of December, Councillor Dimitriadis.
No, I wanted to ask a question after Lena, Councillor Messina.
Okay, so the item has been rescinded. So that means the 18th of December decision no longer stands. So we need to sort of restart that item, but we'll just wait for Councillor Hannan and we'll wait for Councillor Rennie to re-enter the meeting.
Thank you. I think it was great to put that just so that people listening would know what's happening. Thank you, Mayor Newton.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Rennie back in the meeting and I believe we're just waiting for Councillor Hannan to return.
Mayor, prior to starting the debate, I wonder if I could ask that you exercise your discretion as chair to take any subsequent motion in 2 parts, and therefore I'd ask my colleagues that if they have any questions, amendments or changes relating to the proposed intervention near the Newcastle Walton Avenue, that they save that perhaps for a second part of a motion, and I will declare a conflict on that item.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Yes, that's absolutely fine with me as chairperson. Councillor Hannan, can I check that you're back in the meeting?
Yes, sorry, I'm back. I'm sideways and I'm working on trying to fix that, but I'll just have to be like this for the moment. Sorry.
Thank you. So, Councillor Dimitriadis, I will go to your question, just acknowledging what Councillor Rennie has said about we're going to have to do this in two parts. So if there's any questions about the part that Councillor Rennie has a conflict on, please avoid that at this point. Councillor Dimitriadis.
I had some questions to the officers for this particular item that I didn't get answered last time as well. So I believe going back to the debate, we can ask questions of officers.
Thank you. Rachel, can I clarify that officers are available for this item?
Yes, they are, Mayor, and I would invite Vanessa Petrie to turn her camera on and join us.
Thank you. Councillor Dimitriadis, please ask your question.
Thank you. So according to this report from the officers, the selection criteria that was used for the list of priorities only weighed safety as 20%, but weighed council's strategic objective higher than safety at 25%. So while improving accessibility and equity, we're only giving a total weighting score of 5%. So can officers please explain why council's strategic objective, which the report does not even state which of Darebin's strategic objectives were relied on, can you please explain why greater priority was given to the strategic objective rather than safety or improving accessibility and equity, when the Your Street, Your Say project is supposed to be looking at the safety issues in Group B, in the Group B area?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Dimitriadis. So safety is of utmost importance to achieve through the Your Street, Your Say program. The multi-criteria assessment was developed by transport engineers overseen by our registered professional transport engineer and with the support of independent expert consultants. And so it seeks to achieve a balance across a broad range of factors to ensure that we develop a integrated network approach to how we identify what improvements may be needed. So the safety ranking does consider specific things like, have crashes occurred, the potential severity of a crash should it occur, the speeds that vehicles are travelling, and placemaking. So does the issue have comfort and does it create an inviting place? Safety also is a part of the other aspects of the multi-assessment criteria. So strategy alignment looks to council's transport strategies, of which the Darebin transport strategy is one and has a number of safety goals and objectives in it. The other two key strategies that this relates to is the council's walking strategy and council's safe travel strategy. Location also has a very important relationship to safety, and that looks at the proximity of the areas with high vulnerable road crash volumes and how close they are to key locations. So how close an area of concern might be within a 400-metre catchment to a school or a location where vulnerable road users would be expected to walk 400 metres to get to their destination. So it also considers potentially vulnerable road users that might be walking to access things. Also considers accessibility and equity, which is, does the issue impact accessibility and the ability for the community to safely access their destinations? And does the issue limit access to a destination for people who might have a restrictive capacity? And of course, community feedback. So community played a really important role in raising for us those locations that they were concerned about, and predominantly those concerns are safety.
Councillor Dimitriadis, do you have a second question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that answer. I did read the report, so I realise you've just summarised that without actually addressing why safety was only given 20%, despite you saying it had the utmost importance when the strategic objectives did actually have a greater percentage. And you also mentioned that crash data was also addressed, which is very evident in the report, which was one of the KPIs for safety, which was only given 20%, and that crash data was only given a weighting of 3%. So can you please explain how experts in this area who prioritise projects for safety only give crash data or evidence of safety issues, is another term that was used in the report, only 3% weighting in this area?
Thanks for your
Rachel,
question.
Sorry, you go ahead. Go ahead, Vanessa. Thanks. Rachel, did you have something or are you okay? Okay.
Look, I would, Mayor, if I might make a correction of fact. So
Sure.
my understanding of what Vanessa has just advised the meeting is that what she said is that safety has been considered through a number of the other criteria in addition to the 20% that you've asked, that the councillor has asked about. And so I hope that explanation has been sufficient. We would be really happy to go into a fuller discussion after this meeting with others. However, I do want to make clear that it's not an accurate statement to say that safety is only a 20% part of that rating. It is true to say that there's a specific element that looks at particular safety pieces, but it isn't the whole of the answer.
Sorry, so can I just respond to
Thank
that?
you, Rachel. It's not a chance to respond, Councillor Demetriadis, it's a chance for questions. So did you have
Sorry,
separate
can I just ask a
questions?
question for that? Sorry. If 20% safety is not accurate in the in the report, why was it actually published publicly for everybody to read that only 20% was considered for safety?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Demetriadis. We are required under our statutes to take an integrated networked approach and have regard to various principles and objectives, and transport generally functions as an integrated network. And so all aspects that we might look at, like, for example, location, access and equity, does play into safety as well. So it's the way that we've described it, and as our acting CEO Rachel has described, safety does have a bearing on all of the attributes, but they are, but it's taking a holistic integrated look. So for example, just, to highlight with location, you might be looking at a particular point and you might really, for example, under safety, we want to know what's happening with vehicle speeds. Have there been any crashes? If there was a crash, might be the severity. But the other thing that can influence the overall outcome with safety is the location. So if somewhere is close to a destination within 400 metres, there's more likely to be vulnerable road users who might be walking. So that also has a bearing with safety. So it works together as a multitude of criteria.
Thank you, Vanessa. Councillor Demetriadis, I will take another question, but I'd like it to not be the same as the previous question.
Oh, sorry,
So
my previous question hasn't been answered, which before Rachel actually responded, which was in regards to the KPIs for safety, which, as we've discovered, was 20%, which is apparently incorrect despite it being in the report. So it says that in regards to safety, evidence of safety issues, which is the evidence factor, which includes vehicle crashes, vehicle crash data, was only weighted at 3%. So can you explain how an expert who prioritises projects for safety only gives a 3% weighting for actual evidence of safety?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Demetriadis. In December at briefing, we had our professional registered engineer who was available to ask technical questions. So I can reiterate that on balance, the whole of that criteria works to assess the safety and accessibility of a network. And I'd be really happy to take on board your question and return to you after I've consulted with our professional engineer.
thank you, Vanessa. Councillor Demetriadis, do you have any separate
I just wanted
questions?
to know, it's just in regards to that.
It's been 3 questions of the same version. So do you have any separate questions?
Yes, I do. So the professional engineer or expert, as you refer to them, are they council staff, or who are you referring to as experts who actually prioritise these projects?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Demetriadis. While a range of transport engineers that work for council and consulting support was involved in putting this together. Ultimately, it's overseen by Council's currently acting manager of climate emergency and sustainable transport, who is a registered professional engineer in the area of transport competency under the Victorian regime for registered engineering.
Thank you, Vanessa. Councillor Dimitrios, do you have any further questions? Thank you. Councillor Messina, do you have a question?
I have. Thank you, Mayor Newton. Through you, the Your Street, Your Say is an excellent project, and we've watched its evolution during 2 council terms. I think it's really important that Your Street, Your Say is defined into projects undertaken by council and then advocacy projects. Can you tell me, and I think it's important for transparency and also for keeping the community up to date with what's happening, because we seem to believe in Group A, Group B, and then Group C projects. Is there any way we can have a live document online so that the community are well aware of what we've done, where we're going, rather than going and look at agenda items, and where we're at, what's been proposed, what we're delivering, and how that's continuing going? Because I feel that, and the community said to me, is that we're going into another area, but we haven't delivered areas in the other, in the other block. So how do we keep that fluid so that any community member can go online, regardless of where they live in Darebin, know what we've done, know what's outstanding and what's to come? I think that's for purpose of transparency and all the community. How do we address that? And can we have an amendment perhaps that looks at that now, or can we talk about how that's going to happen, please? That's my question.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Messina, and also for that feedback, which is very helpful. Yes, we could. So what we could do is to look at how we currently present the information on Council's website and look at how we can consolidate that for the user. We can also look to how we feed back to the community through the Your Say website and how we progress with delivering those important projects we've consulted. And we can also look to Council's other communication channels where it's appropriate, which might be newsletters, those sorts of things.
Thank you. And sorry, Vanessa, my second part through you, Mayor Newton, is how do we address it in this? Because I haven't seen what the notice of motion is that we're going to be voting on. So how do we need an amendment here to address it as a live document, or is that something that's going to be taken on by the acting CEO moving forward?
Through you, Mayor, we could receive that as an operational request. So if that was sent through the normal channels, like any operational request, we could receive that.
It doesn't have to be a budget bid. It's just an operational request and I can put it in through. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Vanessa and Rachel.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just had a question just in relation to the report, Your Street, Your Say. I understand that the report has identified various projects, and then also the report has prioritised those projects. And the purpose of this motion is to go out to community consultation to get feedback on what the projects that have been identified and have been prioritised. Is there an opportunity for the community to reprioritise the projects, and how does that stand with expert advice?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Gaetano. We would expect that the final recommended list that we'd present to Council and the ranking order would change, because we need to go out and consult with the community to seek their proposal on these proposed interventions. As a result of that consultation, Councillor, we will go back, look at that consultation feedback, and we will revisit the analysis with community engagement being a part of the multi-criteria assessment. And so what we've presented to you in draft form for consultation may change, which may be the projects in the order that we may present them to you for final endorsement.
Thank you. Councillor Greco, did you have any further questions? Oh, yep, go ahead.
Look, thanks. Yes, I do. Thanks, Vanessa, for that clarification. So, therefore, I can assume from that the community can change the ranking of the projects depending on their needs and their requirements. And then what flows from that is that then councillors could also at this meeting change the ranking of the projects too.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Gaetano. The community feedback that we'll receive in the next round of consultation, we will consider it, and Council's transport engineers may recommend to Council a different order. But we would give you transport engineering advice for you to consider in your final consideration of what order you might ultimately rank them. It would be based on community feedback. We'd also go back and do another transport assessment to give you the final complete advice from officers.
Thank you. Councillor Greco, did you have any further questions?
Yeah, just one final question. I just need to understand, because I think it's a critical factor, how does the community feedback in terms of the ranking is assessed in relation to the traffic engineer's assessment? Does one take precedence over the other? That is, does the traffic engineer's assessment take precedence over the feedback of community members in relation to the ranking? What's the interrelationship between the two, or does one have say over the other? Thanks. I just need to further clarity on that.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Gaetano. Councillor Greco, sorry, my apologies. It would be, it take a balanced view. So, Councillor, it really depends on the specifics of the location. It could be that officers might assess community feedback and do an assessment and make some changes that reflect what the community desire. There could also be circumstances where officers may consider community feedback, but present to council a different thing to consider if we felt that it wouldn't achieve a safety or an accessible outcome. But in all cases, councillor, we would take you through that analysis so that council could have an overall informed decision-making process.
Thank you. Councillor Griffith, did you have any further questions? No? Okay. Councillor Messina, did you have further questions?
I'm so sorry, Mayor Newton, and I've just read the report again. On page 161, it indicates that community consultation for Group B was undertaken through the following platforms. Now, the fourth line down says the group face-to-face sessions with culturally and linguistically diverse community members, including Vietnamese speakers from Indo-Chinese Refugee Association. So that's clear that they were targeted. And then it says Greek speakers and Italian speakers. Now, I consider myself an Italian speaker. Does that mean it was general to all Italians? Given that there are notice of motions to discuss this later on, how do we target that in this particular one? Because I'm hoping that we addressed it with the elderly, in specific to those areas. So I'm just curious. I've just seen that highlighted again. I've read the report before, but it just flashed in my eyes just then.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Messina. So reaching the full diversity of our community and making it a really welcoming experience to participate is very important for this project. And our approach has been very similar to Group A, and also how we approach consultation for the previous project, the car parking permit policy. So we have a number of ways to reach our diverse community. We will provide translations for key language groups, and then also collateral, also available to provide translation for any community member that rings in and requires it. We do have drop-in sessions and pop-ups. We also partner with some community leaders in the different cultural groups in the community, and sometimes attend where a community group might be having an existing meeting. They will invite us in, and we will attend existing community group meetings to reach communities that way. So we have a range of ways that we work to reach our diverse community, councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. You're very specific in the Vietnamese speaking, but not in the Italians and the Greeks. But I'll hold that for the notice of motion moving forward to discuss that and unpack that. But thank you very much, Vanessa.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Petrie, could you tell us, would it be possible to increase the weighting given to crash data in any future iteration of prioritisation of projects?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Rennie. In assessing the next stage of the project and the data that comes in, we could review the multi-criteria assessment. But Councillor, I'd like to take that question on notice. That would be something that I'd want to consult with my team of engineers before I return to Council.
Thank you. I think that would be potentially an evidence-based way to look at this, and I'd appreciate that further feedback.
Thank you. Councillor Rennie, do you have any further questions? Okay, are there any further questions for any other councillors? No, okay, I'll go to closing questions and I'll move to debate. Councillor Hannan, do you have a motion that you'd like to move? Noting that we need to do this in two parts to work with the conflict of interest.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to move, it's the same alternative motion with my amendment that I moved at the December meeting, plus splitting that to cater for the conflict that's been declared, please.
Thank you. Can we get that on screen, please? Is that your alternative motion, Councillor Hannan?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Rennie? Okay, that's fine. So that's now the alternative motion. So Councillor Hannan, would you like to speak to the item?
Thank you. Yes, I won't speak too long, given I've had one go at this at our last meeting. What I didn't really say last meeting was just to commend the staff and everyone who's been involved in this. When Darebin consults with communities, we do it genuinely, we do it properly, we do it thoroughly. I take Councillor Messina's questions about contacting different language speaking groups. There's always more that we can do, but it's a genuine effort to engage as much as possible. It's a systemic approach. It goes through a third of the municipality every 3 years, and it's a holistic approach. It allows multiple issues to be looked at the same time and prioritised. And so I really want to thank, there's about 480 people who made submissions. There's about 2,000 pieces of data. It's a huge amount of work that goes into this. And we've just heard about the process of how the prioritisation is done. There's a lot of work that goes in behind that. You know, I think risks are weighed up and then measures are proposed, and you could have 101 proposed measures for any particular risk area, but we are guided by our transport strategy. We are guided by our policies, and it's important that is the lens through which we look at interventions. There's also a general question to take to the community on 40 kilometres for local roads and 30 kilometres near activity centres, and that's a really interesting safety issue to explore. Once again, it's important to note the effect of this motion is to actually start the consultation. It is a genuine consultation. It allows the community to respond to the options that have been presented, come up with their own options, come up with no options, say, actually, no, we don't want anything. Reorder things, it's the key thing is just to start this consultation off. So one thing in relation to South Crescent, which is the motion that which is the amendment that I've made there, that the modal filter was already on the resolution. I've added the option of removing limited sections of on-street parking at high risk areas on the south side of South Crescent between Plant Street and Mason Street. That really is just a very low cost, low impact measure. It would cost, last time we looked at something similar, it was around $12,000 just to change the signage. cars might have to move 20 or 50 metres down the street to get a park, but there's plenty of parking available. It just creates a safer area for cars and bikes to pass each other. The one thing I didn't mention last time was this is actually the current position of council. This almost exact position was raised in the March 2021 meeting. It was moved and seconded by Councillors Lawrence and Dimitriadis. I thank them for that. It was passed unanimously. This simply represents the existing council position. It should be non-controversial.
Sorry, point of order, Mayor. Point of order.
Which point of order is that, Councillor Dimitriadis?
10.1H misleading again.
And what was the statement that was misleading?
That this has been passed before, or whatever the statement was from Councillor Hannan. What was passed before was that South Crescent return to normal as it was before we had the bike lanes, because that's what the residents wanted. It was never to install modal filters or anything along those lines. I'm happy to share that particular resolution. Modal filters were not included in any resolution that was passed unanimously by anyone. So please clarify that.
Councillor Hannan, are you happy to clarify that modal filters wasn't included in the 2021 or the previous resolution?
It's not what I said. I said the piece that I'm adding, the clause, the modal filter was already in the resolution. The amendment that I'm adding about removing a limited number of car parking spaces, actually on the south side, the railway side of South Crescent, is almost the same as an item. It was a multi-item resolution in March 2021. I've actually shared this with councillors. They have their screenshots in their emails, so I refer you to the screenshots I've already sent. If the only thing that I would say is my proposal is actually less. What the existing position of council is to actually have the whole section between the station and 3 streets along as no parking. So I'm actually proposing a more limited. I don't know what the point of order.
No, sorry, because
no,
sorry, I'm happy to share that particular motion publicly as well. What Councillor Hannan said was almost similar to what he's suggesting, which is clearly not the same as what was passed. So almost similar is not the same. So if he could just retract having said that it was a unanimous decision about anything that he's trying to argue.
Okay, so I think the point of clarification is just that the modal filter wasn't part of the previous resolution. So let's move on. Councillor Hannan, restart the clock, please.
Look, I'm happy to leave it there, Mayor. I commend the work that's been done. I'm really keen to get on with this work, and I'm hopeful that other councillors will support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak to the item?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak in opposition to this item? Councillor Dimitriadis, are you speaking in opposition?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I've actually got an amendment that I'd like to raise. I've shared it to all councillors.
And can I clarify that this will exclude the part that Councillor Rennie has a conflict on?
I don't think it includes her conflict, but I'm happy to take governance advice on that.
Rachel, can we just clarify that the amendment does not exclude Councillor Rennie from the discussion? If there is a part of the amendment that does, we might need to deal with that in part 2.
I believe that's the case, and I think as it comes on screen, let's just check that is the case as it does come on screen.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, I don't see anything in there that gives rise to the conflict that's been declared.
Thank you. So in that case, so Councillor Rennie, you're feel free to stay. Can I check if there is a seconder? Actually, first I'll check Councillor Dimitriadis. Is that the amendment that you wish to propose?
Sorry, I can't see it all.
Okay. I'll just move up.
Yeah, can you move down a little bit too? And there should be an yep, so just a little bit further down. Oh, yep, the Springthorpe thing is there. Sorry,
It does mention Newcastle Street.
Yeah, it does. So, but I don't think it's close to Rennie's conflict. This is written a little bit different to what I had. Can we please go up? Location. Sorry, why have the rest of the locations been? This is different to what. Can we please go up? I'm not sure why it's been changed. So I didn't put any of the other locations as a priority because I was going to wait for community consultation. So that's definitely not my amendment.
It's not your amendment. Okay. Do you want to circulate the amendment that you want to put forward?
Yes, I have circulated it multiple times and it's definitely not this. So
may I suggest that Councillor Dimitriadis re-email it so that we all have it in front of us, please?
Sure. So I think it might be the one that you've currently got on the screen. Do you mind going further down? Yeah, that's not it either. One moment, I'll email it again.
So, Mayor, my team is letting me know that we don't think this version that you're seeing on screen now currently splits out the conflict relating to the location that Councillor Rennie is talking about. I think procedurally you have a couple of options. We could try and make sense of this, so we could do some work offline if Councillor Dimitriadis is able to forward through the one that she's looking for, and you could do a procedural motion to move to another item and allow you to come back to this a bit later. Otherwise, you could consider an adjournment. I think it will be hard to navigate this live in the meeting, however.
Okay, sure. So then I think, councillors, shall we move to the next item while in the background, Councillor Dimitriadis can work with officers. Councillor Dimitriadis? Yeah.
Sorry, I feel that I'd be disadvantaged in that sense because I wouldn't be able to hear the next item if I'm speaking to officers.
Then should we do a 10-minute adjournment to address this issue and then come back in 10 minutes, Rachel? I need a mover. Let's do a 10-minute adjournment. So I'd have a mover for that.
Happy to move a 10-minute adjournment.
Councillor Lawrence and Councillor McCarthy to second. Do you wish to speak to the item, Councillor Lawrence?
No, I think it'd be prudent that we, get these local issues dealt with and do it in a calm and methodological way. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Not to it. The motion's just to adjourn, Mayor. I'm happy just for us to vote on adjourning. Yeah.
Great. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour of adjourning for 10 minutes? That's carried unanimously. So councillors, will see you back here in 10 minutes, 7:03 p.m.
Are we back online?
We're just waiting for everyone to come back online now. Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina.
Thank you. I'm eating, so let me know when we're going back. Sorry.
We're currently live.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just wait for everyone to come back on screen. Councillors, please turn on your cameras now. Councillor Greco, can we get your video on, please? And Councillor Messina, thank you. Are we missing one councillor? Is Councillor Williams in the meeting?
I don't think I can see Councillor Hannon either. Oh, yes, you are. Sorry.
I can see Councillor Hannon. I can't see Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams, are you in the meeting? Can you please turn on your camera?
Mayor, I don't see Councillor Williams. She's just joining
now.
Thank you. Audience members are just waiting for Councillor Williams to join. Thank you. We've now got all 9 councillors in attendance, so I'll resume the meeting. Rachel, can I seek advice? Did we find a way forward with the amendment?
We believe so.
Thank you. Can we get that on screen, please? Councillor Dimitriadis, is that your amendment?
So far it is. Can we keep scrolling down?
Sure.
Yes, so that's all the other projects and removing the modal filter and Springthorpe's in there, and there should be 8. Do you mind going further down? Yes, and 12 is the register. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for? Actually, sorry. Is the amendment acceptable to the mover and seconder?
No.
No, Mayor, and I actually wanted to raise a point of order. I don't think it's within the governance rules. Can I do that now?
Which point? Okay, point of order. So which point of order, Councillor Hannon?
It's factually incorrect. The point of order. I'm sorry. I'm looking for the acceptable amendments. It's factually incorrect. It says February 2021 when the previous meeting was actually March 2021.
Okay, Councillor Dimitriadis, are you happy to make that minor change?
Sure, but I'm pretty sure I've checked it, and it's past governance who also check for misleading and offensive statements, yet it's already passed. So I'm surprised that this has been brought up now when it's already passed.
I've raised this several times by email, Councillor Dimitriadis.
So
I'm not sure why governance haven't picked it up.
So, Councillor Dimitriadis, I don't think anyone was saying anything was offensive. I think it was about whether something was February or March.
Oh, that's
so
fine.
Really
I mean, if it is, I thought it was February, but if it's March, then that's fine. I'm happy to change that. If I'll double check it as well.
And thank you. And I also have a question to answer whether I support it or not.
Go ahead.
So this amendment is seeking to amend the motion which I put just a moment ago. That motion has 2 options for priority 1 location, South Crescent. It's got the modal filter and it's got the removal of a limited number of parking spaces. So the way that this is worded, it's unclear to me if this was to be approved, would it take out South Crescent altogether, or would it just take out the modal filters in South Crescent and leave the other option which we've just added?
Thank you. Can we get governance advice on that, please? Rachel and Anna?
I might ask my team to scroll down to the area that deals with location 1 in this. And I might invite Vanessa Petrie to answer that question in the first instance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, my interpretation of point P would be, because it says removes location 1 being South Crescent, it would remove the entirety of South Crescent is how I would interpret point P.
Thank you. Then I need to get some advice on, is that opposite to the alternative motion?
Anna, are you? Sorry, give me a moment, Mayor.
Sorry, what was that, Rachel?
I said, give me a moment and I'll
Thank you.
I'll respond to you with some advice. Mayor, our view is that in regards to the treatment of location 1, it is opposite.
It is opposite?
I'm sorry, I'd like to raise a point.
Okay, what's your point of order, Councillor Dimitriadis?
So this amendment is about locations and priorities. It's got nothing to do with, it shouldn't be opposite. The whole amendment is about the project. So the fact that it's an amendment to what Councillor Hannan has proposed. So I don't see how it's opposite to that one when it's talking about all the locations.
So I think, if I'm getting this right, so Councillor Hannan has an alternative motion that includes South Crescent. And so if P removes South Crescent from consideration, that would be opposite to the alternative motion that's been proposed.
But the motion is about prioritising. It's got, obviously, the only way you can prioritise is to remove and change things. So I don't see how it's an against the whole motion. So could I please get governance for advice on that?
Yes, I think we do need advice with that, because we can't accept an amendment that is opposite to the motion.
Mayor, just give me a moment. I'll see if we'll review that advice.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, there's potentially a question about whether point P is clearly reflecting Councillor Dimitriadis' intention. So if the intention is that location 1 is removed entirely and it is no longer on a priority list, then the advice remains that it would be opposite to the motion that's been put. If actually that's not an accurate reflection of Councillor Dimitriadis' intention, then it may be that the wording could be clarified.
Okay, Councillor Dimitriadis, do you want to clarify, do you intend to remove South Crescent?
I'm happy to get the officers to help me reword it so it doesn't, because this has been going on for a while. I've put this forward for 2 months ago. So if it could actually be, if I can get an officer's advice as to what would actually be accepted, I'd appreciate that, because I want that included. It's part of my amendment, and I don't think that it goes against the whole motion.
Okay, so I think we need some wording for clarification on that it wouldn't be removing South Crescent from consideration.
Excuse me, Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, what's your question, Councillor Messina?
My question, Mayor, is this amendment was circulated by Councillor Dimitriadis with ample opportunity for feedback from governors to say it was opposite the original motion that was discussed in December. How come this has not been brought to light now, and it's only been brought to light now?
I don't think that's a fair question to officers, Councillor Messina.
That's a governance question. It's not about, it's about how does it meet governance and then not meet governance in a debate? I'm a little bit confused. Do you understand my question, Mayor?
Rachel, did you want to speak to that one? I think it's a...
Mayor,
Yeah.
I think I could help if I might.
Yes.
This was a standalone motion, then it wouldn't be contrary or opposite to anything. And so it's been circulated as a motion that Councillor Dimitriadis would like to put. It's now being presented as an amendment, and the rules are different for amendments and alternate motions.
Yes, I think that's correct. Councillor Dimitriadis?
I'd like assistance to actually reword it so it is included in there and it passes governance rules, because everyone's been well aware of this amendment for a long time. So can anyone assist me from governance to reword it so it can be approved?
So, Mayor, there is someone working on that at the moment. It will take us a couple of minutes to work through.
Okay, I think let's just pause and we'll wait for that to happen, and then we'll move forward with the item. I can also flag that with this amendment, as chairperson, I would like us to vote on each part individually.
Mayor, I hear that the government...
Me, Mayor. I have my hands up.
So
I'll go to Councillor Redding and Councillor Dimitriadis.
thank you, Mayor. I hear the governance team are working on it, but I suggest that what might pass and retain the elimination of the modal filter would be to have something along the lines of removes the installation of the modal filter along South Crescent that would cost $200,000 and replaces this with removal of limited sections of on-street parking at higher risk areas of the south side of South Crescent between Plant Street and Mason Street. That would make it clear that the modal filter was out, but the location is in.
I disagree with you.
Mayor, I had my hand up for some time.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Williams. So I'll go to Councillor Rennie, so Councillor Dimitriadis, and then Councillor Williams. So Councillor Dimitriadis, I suppose if you're not wanting to go forward with what Councillor Rennie suggested, we'll keep working with governance in the background. Councillor Williams.
I'd like to suggest that we obviously take out the modular filter, but look at other options down the track of other alternatives, because I think that we're just doing this amendment on the run and it's just going to be quite messy. So can we leave those options open for this particular street or crescent?
So I think that's what they're working on at the moment. So a way to keep this amendment in. Councillor Dimitriadis.
Yes, Mayor, you mentioned that you wanted to vote on items separately. Do you mean like 1, 2, 3 separately?
I mean the amendment. So I'd like to vote on each item separately.
As in point 1, 2, 3, or do you mean point A, A1, B, B2?
Yes, each one separately. So A1.
So we're going to be here all day going through like 40 lines.
It's the chairperson's decision about whether we split a motion.
Well, is it possible to just vote on the amendment? If it passes, then we can just move along, or if it doesn't pass, then you can choose to vote on it separately.
It's the chairperson's decision about splitting a motion, and I'm choosing to split the motion so that we vote on each part individually. The amendment. Rachel, I'll just wait for when we've got some words. If you could let us know, that would be wonderful.
Through you, Mayor, we've just sent some advice through to Councillor Dimitriadis to have a look at.
Thank you. Councillor Dimitriadis, do you want to let us know if you've got words that are acceptable?
I've just responded to Anna.
Thank you. For any audience members, we're just working out an amendment on Your Street, Your Say, and just making sure that it's not opposite to the alternative motion that's on the table.
Through you, Mayor, I've just asked for it to be published for the group, so just bear with us one moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. And please bear with us, everyone. We're just making sure that we get this right.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councillor McCarthy.
I just wanted to bring to officers' attention that I'll circulate an amendment via email, which I just foreshadow, which would effectively give effect to what Councillor Rennie had outlined before, which was to remove the installation of modal filter along South Crescent that would cost $200,000, and replace this with removal of limited sections of on-street parking at higher risk areas at the south side of South Crescent between Plant Street and Mason Street. So I'll circulate that to officers so they have an opportunity to check that before that matter comes up when at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Messina.
Wondering, Mayor, if we can take the opportunity while we're waiting for Councillor Dimitriadis's amendment to be circulated, if we could just discuss what that actually means, because it says limited parking spots. I haven't got it in front of me. So what does that mean? Does that mean 20? Does that mean 10? Does that mean 2? Does that mean 1? And what cost is that? So can I have some can I have that question answered, please?
Sure. Vanessa?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Messina. Broadly speaking, if we were seeking to address a problem created by parking congestion, we would seek to remove the least amount of parking that would give us that safety outcome. But because the assessment of South Crescent hasn't been undertaken with parking removal, I couldn't give you specific feedback at this stage, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Mayor, I really think that this is taking up too much time on this particular item. Is it possible that we can go forward, take this off the agenda, this particular item, this item number, and at least that officers and Councillor Demetriadis and councillors can circulate what that amendment would look like, and we can...
It's actually been already passed, so they're just going to publish. They just need to publish it, and we can go ahead. So they just need to, IT just needs to put it on the screen. I'm happy to discuss the amendment. It's very simple. It's basically, seeing as we can't remove South Crescent despite all the community backlash, we make it as the last priority to be considered, and without changing any of the parking changes or including a modal filter, because nobody in that street or that area wanted changes to parking or any additional changes. So it'll be in my amendment, it's the last priority.
Yes, what is the point of order, Councillor Rennie?
The point of order is 10.1H. That is a misleading and false statement. It is not true. It is not true that nobody wanted changes. The changes were contested and they were unpopular, but it is not true that nobody wanted changes in that area.
I'm happy to amend that. The feedback that we got at the time, particularly myself, and which is why the majority of councillors voted it down in March 2021 or whenever it was that they didn't want changes to South Crescent, and so hence I've changed it to say that South Crescent be included as the last priority, which is location 25, and that officers consult the community on options to address safety risks in South Crescent, but excludes a modal filter as an option, as well as any changes to parking, because I believe that's what the community have wanted all along.
Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. I think that we can say that that's now not opposite to the alternative motion. So let's go forward. Unless I'm wrong, I think where we're at is that one of the mover and seconders has said no to accepting this item. So Councillor Demetriadis, I'll go to you to speak to your amendments, please. Oh, I'm sorry, do we have a seconder for the amendments?
I can't see if anybody else has seconded, but I'm happy to if nobody else has.
Okay, so yep, we've got Councillor Williams. So Councillor Demetriadis, would you like to speak to your amendments?
Yes, thank you. I'm really deeply concerned about this officer's recommendation about the Your Street, Your Say Group B area recommendation that council is wanting to put forward to round 2 consultation. According to the report, the criteria that was used to establish the current priorities only gave a 20% weighting to safety, specifically with evidence of safety weighing only an alarming 3% of the decision to prioritise projects. I'm shocked. Safety should be considered a priority for these projects. And it's only after Councillor Rennie asked the questions of the General Manager that currently, all of a sudden, officers may look at reprioritising that criteria to increase the crash statistics, looking at the crash statistics. So I'm really concerned, and I'm about this criteria, the calculations that have resulted in the top safety priorities in Group B, particularly being that the top priority being the closure of South Crescent with installation of a modal filter because, and I quote from the officer's recommendation, it is difficult to cycle along South Crescent. I mean, come on. And as we've heard from Councillor Hannan's speech just before, I quote him, that we should be guided by our strategy, that Darebin should be guided by a strategy. I mean, what about children's safety, pedestrian safety, safety for the elderly or people with mobility issues or mobility aids or with a disability? How are these individuals not considered as being that top priority project when officers are looking at safety issues in our neighbourhood? Yet, according to the officer's report, improving accessibility and equity in our streets was only given a total weighting score of 5%. And further, evidence of safety was only given the alarming 3%. According to the latest TAC statistics, pedestrians make up around 15% of the total number of road deaths each year, with the most common types of crashes resulting from crossing the road. And these statistics from the TAC are significantly higher than those relating to bicycle riders. Therefore, I'm raising this amendment above on the screen to prioritise the safety concerns around schools, kindergartens and childcare centres, which I believe should be a priority for Darebin Council. This amendment will allow all pedestrians, including children, carers and employees who walk, cycle, take public transport or a vehicle to school, can do so safely by having an intersection at the corner of, I believe it was Dundas Street and here it is, and Newcastle Street, which has been identified as a high-risk area, high crash area, as well as raised zebra crossings that lead directly into each kindergarten, school and childcare centre. One resident who uses a manual wheelchair to travel around Darebin has stated that this amendment, she stated publicly, will help many Darebin residents have more accessible. It will be more accessible for anyone with mobility issues, as well as who have mobility aids. So I believe that in the interest of prioritising safety for all, I hope that all councillors will support my amendment because it is helpful to so many people in the community, including children, elderly, individuals with mobility issues, individuals with a disability, cyclists, public transport users, and many, many more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis, and I'd like to remind councillors to please be respectful of staff in their debate. Councillor Williams, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to accept the amendment from Councillor Dimitriadis, as she has focused directly solely around your kindergartens, your schools, where kids, particularly primary school children, they get very distracted as they get closer to the school itself, especially when they're crossing the road. They hear noises, they hear their friends in the playground. They do not look. They do not do the old traditional look left, look right, look left again. I think it's really important that we need to go back to that safety, particularly around the zones of the school. Yes, there needs to be encouraging children to be riding to school, but kids in primary school are not, a lot of them are riding to school. It's more the high school kids or the kids that are a bit older in grade 6. I think it's really important that we really solely focus on ensuring that kids that are crossing those roads from one side of the road to their school directly needs to ensure that they have those safety. They need to have those zebra crossings. They need to have the lollipop people involved on each side of a school. I think that's where we need to keep considering our children in the future at this point in time. Closing off roads is not the key at this point in time. It's the safety of the children. If we are to look at getting safety involved and getting kids riding, we need to ensure that those bike lanes are going to proper community consultation and that we're involving local ministers at the same time and advocating together, including involving VicTrack and places like that and people. I think that doing amendments on the run and saying close off roads is probably a little bit extreme at this point in time.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Would anyone like to speak in opposition to the amendments? Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also shocked. I'm shocked that any councillor in this day and age would think it's okay to reprioritise transport safety initiatives because they believe they know better than transport engineers. This reminds me of...
Sorry, my point of order, that's offensive.
Thank you. Which part is offensive?
Oh, the bit where Councillor Rennie is claiming that she knows what I've said or why I've done what I've done. She clearly doesn't.
Which particular statement is offensive, Councillor Dimitriadis?
That I have reprioritised because I know better than the transport officers at Darebin or whatever the case is. Whatever she has just said, because my thing is from the community. That's what the community have reached out to me. I've lived in this community my whole life. It's what I've actually heard for the many years that I've been here, especially the last 3 years while I've been on council. So I find it quite offensive.
Rennie, did you want to clarify your statement?
No, I don't want to clarify my statement.
Okay.
I think my statement was my opinion, and I'm entitled to express an opinion.
Yes, then I will not uphold the point of order.
I'd like to raise a dissent in the chair. Thank you.
Okay, let me just get up the process for that. Hang on. Okay, do you have a seconder? Councillor Greco. Okay, so sorry, I'm just moving through. I've got everything on the screen, so I'm just going to the governance rules. Okay, Councillor Lawrence, I'll hand over you to chair the dissent motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Newton. Now, we have a point of order. When we have both a mover and a seconder for dissent in the chair. Now, at this point, I'd like to hear from the mover of the dissent motion 1 minute of in regards to the reasons for the dissent motion, and then I'll be returning to Mayor Newton to hear 1 minute in rebuttal on that. Okay, so if we could have Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Tim Lawrence. I'm really concerned about what was being said. I find it very offensive, and it's not the first time Councillor Rennie has attacked me publicly on certain issues, and I don't normally raise them, but it's just getting a bit unfair. She has said in this case that she's pretty much assumed what I think and what I do without me even having a conversation with her. And she's saying that I have gone and done things that she doesn't even know that what I have done. So I find that quite offensive. She shouldn't be making remarks, particularly when we as a council are supposed to be. I think at the start of the meeting, the mayor said that we all have to be respectful of each other, whereas she has directly attacked me again for the 10th time. And I'm happy to go back to meetings and find all those times that she has said things about me. So I think this is a time where she needs to retract what she says and stop attacking me publicly just because she disagrees with what I've said or what my amendments say.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, if I could move on, invite the chairperson to respond, and again, 1 minute maximum. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Deputy Mayor Lawrence. So I think that what Councillor Rennie said was reasonable in the context of debate, because what this amendment does is it reorders the priorities that the traffic engineers have spelt out, with undertaking consultation with the community, as well as looking at where the hotspots are and where the danger points are, where they've received information before about where there are challenges with traffic. So South Crescent, there's other places across the municipality where there's been a lot of accidents or near misses. And so for me, I think it's reasonable for Councillor Rennie to say as part of the debate that this amendment would shift those priorities that the traffic engineers have put forward. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so are there any other speakers on this motion of dissent?
Deputy Mayor Lawrence, I'd like to say something.
With respect, Deputy Mayor, I don't believe there's an opportunity for other people to speak in a motion of dissent.
Can I speak to the chair? I'd like to say something, please, Chair.
Just a moment, because it's a procedural motion. I've incorrectly read that out because I'm just in a very dark corner of the councillors' room here. So there are no other speakers. So sorry for getting you primed up, Lena, but we'll have plenty of time to discuss other things later. So I now need to put the motion the following way, that the chairperson's ruling be dissented from. So although all those in favour of Councillor Emily Demetriadis's dissent motion. And I can't see quite a few people on my screen, so I'm just hoping officers might be able to indicate I've saw 2 affirmative votes, if there was any other affirmative votes I've missed.
So, Councillor Lawrence, I can assist. I've got Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Williams and Councillor Greco.
Yep, thank you. Now, and so at the moment, do I need to call? I'll just get some advice. Do I need to call those against the motion?
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
yes.
My own sheet doesn't quite do that, but yeah. So can I now have all those councillors who are against the motion of dissent? And again, I can see 4 on my screen. Obviously, it's a very tiny computer I'm using, and I can't see all the others if the officers can assist on that call.
So I can see Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Newton, Councillor Hannon, Councillor Rennie, Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Messina.
Okay. And just there's some other councillors missing from that calculation there. Have we got everyone? There isn't any abstaining on that. Just to clarify, because I've really only seen 3 or 4 councillors on this. Okay, so that vote is in the negative, and the dissent motion has failed. I'll now invite the chairperson to come back to the meeting and take over the rest of the chairing of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lawrence. So Councillor Rennie, I'll go back to your debate, and can we start the clock again, please?
Thank you, Mayor. So in this situation, I'm reminded of the sports warts affair. If people are not familiar with it, Google sports warts and see what comes up. This was a shocking example of politicians overriding evidence-based assessments. And in the case of sports warts, the report...
Point of order, Mayor, that's a huge accusation and you can't do that.
What's the point of order, Councillor? What's the point of order, Councillor Demetriadis?
10.1H, it's completely misleading and it's offensive to accuse someone of such a big accusation when it's clearly wrong. That's I don't understand how she can get away with this all the time. She just completely attacks me, yet no one says anything. I don't understand. I mean, speak to the motion. Don't talk about me.
Councillor Rennie, did you want to do anything
I'm simply saying that the motion and the attempt to reprioritise reminds me of sports warts. I believe that is a reasonable opinion for me to hold in the context of debate.
I don't think so. It's a huge accusation that you're making an allegation. That's a criminal offence.
Did you want to move on, Councillor Rennie?
Yes, I'd like to move on, please. So in the report that was conducted on sports warts, the issue, and I quote, was that the award of grant funding was not informed by an appropriate...
Sorry, point of order. I'm sorry, point of order. Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. What's the point of order?
You didn't make a rule. You didn't make a ruling on the point of order.
So I asked Councillor Rennie to clarify.
You asked her to move on, which is not
yes.
And yet she's going on about the same thing. I mean, am I supposed to raise another point of order?
If you'd like me to make a ruling, I don't uphold Councillor Demetriadis's point of order.
Sure, so if she mentions it again, I'll just redo my point of order because I think it's completely offensive. She's talking about a criminal offence against the councillor, which is not respectful. It disagrees with our code of conduct as well as our meeting procedure rules.
Mayor, I'm doing no such thing. Councillor Demetriadis is not listening to the debate nor the argument I'm putting. I'm doing no such thing.
Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. I'm not upholding your point of order. Councillor Rennie, please continue your debate.
I find it alarming, more than alarming. The idea that any person could think that it's appropriate to take an evidence-based assessment with transparent criteria and reorder priorities is mind-blowing to me. It has profound implications for the governance of this council, but also profound implications for the future safety of residents across the municipality. We have been through an extraordinary Your Street, Your Say process. And as the title suggests...
Sorry, point of order, Mayor. She said that it was profound issues for safety. However, safety wasn't the top priority considered. It was our strategic...
Sorry, Councillor Demetriadis.
That's misleading.
What point of order?
10.1H, it's misleading. So she said that it was...
misleading?
The fact that she said that safety isn't considered for the whole community, but safety was not considered as a top priority in this list. It was actually the strategic objectives of council, and safety was given a back.
Yeah,
I'm saying that's
I
quite
won't be
clear. The
upholding
statistics are
that
clear.
point of order because the officer,
Of course you won't, because it's, you know, the statistics are clear. They're 20% safety, 25% for strategic objective, and 3% for evidence.
I'll ask you to stop. So, Councillor Demetriadis, I'm not upholding the point of order. The officer, Vanessa Petrie, made it very clear that safety is a very high priority for Your Street, Your Say. Councillor Rennie, would you like to continue the debate?
Thank you. For every priority that is changed, there is a community that engaged in good faith in a consultation process that misses out. A community that believed that there would be a genuine process and a genuine safety consideration. And we have heard from the officers that safety is considered in many ways and is weighted well above 20% when these ways are all taken into account. Councillor Demetriadis claims to have taken into account schools and kinders, but I see no evidence that she's considered Raleigh Street, kindergarten, Wales Street Primary School, Westgarth Primary School. We cannot play favouritism.
Sorry, point of order, Mayor. It's actually not playing favourite. It's going with the officer's recommendation. It was never in the report that Raleigh Street or Wales Street was in the report for it to be done.
Councillor Demetriadis, I can't
10.1H.
that point of order.
Oh, sorry, it was
10.1H.
It's not a favourable comment. It's based on the officer's recommendation that Wales Street, Raleigh Street were not in the list.
I'm sorry, Councillor Rennie, what was, I'm so sorry, Councillor Demetriadis, what was the statement that you are calling a point of order on?
I'm not calling a point of order.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Demetriadis, what's the statement that you're calling a point of order about?
Yes, sure. Councillor Rennie said that I'm playing favourites. However, in the report from the officers, Raleigh Street Kindergarten was not listed. Neither was Wales Street. Neither were a whole lot of other things that she's saying that I should have included. However, they weren't listed in the officer's recommendation. I've just reprioritised the officer's recommendation, which, believe it or not, includes the roundabout, removing the roundabout at Newcastle Street, which is in her ward, as the top priority, because I think that's a safe.
Excuse me, Councillor Demetriadis, I don't think you can speak about that one in part one.
Yes, no, there's no issue there.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Should we just move on? Councillor Rennie, would you like to continue?
Yes, Mayor, and I wonder, I've been interrupted so many times that I found it quite difficult to participate in this debate. I wonder if I might have another minute to complete my debate without interruption.
Thank you.
As I was saying, I do find it quite shocking that things could be reprioritised in this way. I suggest that if people are concerned about any aspect of the way in which these priorities have been delivered, that we should ask for another report or a meeting or a briefing to consider that, so that people can be clear how this has been achieved. I am so alarmed by this. It is one of the most alarming changes to any motion I have ever seen. To be frank, colleagues, this is one of the key reasons why I've recently written to the Minister requesting the reappointment of a monitor to Darebin Council, because I cannot fathom how this council can fall so far short of governance that people would think that it is within the parameters of our role to reorder something. It is certainly within the parameters of our role. I'll just finish on saying it's certainly within the parameters of our role to ask staff to elevate safety and to come back to us with more information. But to think that we can do it ourselves is ignorant and arrogant in equal measure.
Sorry, Mayor, that's another criticism that it's offensive again, yet according to our governance rules, the thing that the comments that you posted, that you read out previously at the start of the meeting, it's disrespectful. It's not courteous. Councillor Rennie is not being courteous to all councillors. And it's not the first time.
I think that Councillor Rennie is expressing an opinion, so I won't uphold that point of order. Do we have any other speakers in opposition to the motion? Councillor Greco?
Mayor,
yes.
Newton, I move a dissent motion in relation to Councillor Rennie's last two words of saying that it's arrogant, and the other word that she said.
Sure. Do you have a
I think that's offensive of all councillors.
Okay. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Dimitriadis. Councillor Lawrence, I'll go over to you to chair the dissent motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Newton. Now, again, so we're going to get practice at this, so hopefully it goes smoother than the last time. So again, the same thing, we have a mover in the dissent motion with a seconder. The mover has a right for 1 minute to outline the reasons behind the motion of dissent, and then the chairperson will also be able to respond for 1 minute. So can I call on Councillor Greco, I believe is the mover of this dissent motion, to speak for 1 minute.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Look, all I would just simply say is that the tone, the language that was being used by Councillor is quite offensive to us. It's not courteous. It's not in line with the code of conduct in terms of how we are to relate to each other. And I think it's a manner. I agree totally that we we should contest each other in relation to the subject matters that we're dealing with. I've got no trouble with that, and I think we should forcibly do that. But when it descends into personal accusations, as the way that Councillor Rennie has put it, I think that's quite offensive. I think it's offensive also because depending on how councillors vote on this motion, it would then mean that if councillors were to support the amendment that Councillor Dimitriadis is putting forward, that under the words of Councillor Rennie, that would be considered to be offensive and arrogant and all the other language that she's used, which is highly inappropriate. It's not a question about being offensive or arrogant. It's about dealing with the subject matter in a proper, intelligent and respectful manner rather than descending into gutter language.
Okay, now can I just hear for a response from the chairperson and for 1 minute again.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lawrence. So I definitely acknowledge that this is strong language that Councillor Rennie used about the motion. So she used the words that the motion was arrogant and ignorant. My view would be that I don't think that's a valid point of order to say that that was offensive, because I think that it's her strongly held belief. So she talked about how this is reordering against the advice of traffic engineers, and community have been consulted on this that then won't really get a chance to have their issues prioritised, even though they went through the engagement process in good faith. So for me to say that this motion is arrogant and ignorant because it's councillors overriding what traffic engineers have said and what the consultation has said so far, I think that's a reasonable statement. That's all.
Okay, so we've heard from both speakers now, so I will move that the chairperson moves that the motion goes to the vote in the following way, and the motion is that the chairperson's ruling be dissented from. All those in favour of the dissent motion from Councillor Greco? Now, again, I'll need to get some assistance from officers. I can see 2 hands up for the affirmative, but I can't see all the councillors on this screen. I have to apologise.
Councillor Lawrence, I saw Councillor Demetriadis and Councillor Greco.
Okay. I'll then call for those all voting against the ruling to be dissented from.
And Councillor Lawrence, I can see Councillor Lawrence, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton, Councillor Hannon and Councillor Messina.
Okay, thanks for that. So that's concluded the negative and positive votes. I can't see all the screen, so I'm not sure if there's an abstaining vote there.
I believe Councillor Williams has abstained.
Okay, I'll now invite the chairperson back to chair the meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lawrence. So we've heard from
Councillor Newton. Councillor
Yes.
Newton, I'm sorry. Can I request that we have a 5-minute recess? I think we need to all reground. It's 7:56 and we're still on the first item. So I wonder if we can have a 5-minute recess because I have a few things to say to my fellow councillors, please.
So you mean you want to sort of do an adjournment for 5 minutes and
5 minutes,
stop
sorry.
the
Yeah.
live?
I'd like to say a few words.
Rachel, is it possible for us to have a 5-minute adjournment and stop the live stream that councillors can stay on?
No.
No.
So
okay.
you would need
That's
to.
fine. Yeah.
Mayor, can I suggest that our fellow councillors go onto MS Teams for 5 minutes? I'd like to have a word with my fellow councillors, if I may, Mayor, please.
Yes, that's fine.
Before you adjourn,
Yep,
sorry, I just
Councillor
wanted to
McCarthy.
foreshadow that when we return, I will be proposing that we defer this item to the next meeting so that we can deal with the other matters on the agenda. So I just wanted to foreshadow that. So, councillors.
Okay, so we'll call an adjournment to this meeting for 5 minutes. And Councillor Messina, if you want to invite us to a Teams meeting, that's fine. So we'll come back at 8:02. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. Sorry, we're just coming back from a council meeting now. And council should be joining now.
Mayor, I move a motion to put this item to the vote. So I move a procedural motion that we put this motion to the vote.
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis.
Okay.
Mayor,
so we've got to move in a second. Oh, Councillor McCarthy?
No, there is a procedural motion in place. We have to make a decision on the procedural motion before we can talk about any other business.
Councillor McCarthy?
Sorry, Mayor, I just wanted to understand what is the status of the procedural motion that I foreshadowed before we went to a break.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sorry, I'm just coming back to where we are because we just had that 10 minutes break.
Mayor Newton, can I just make the point?
Councillor McCarthy, can I go back to what did you move before?
No, Mayor Newton, point of order about meeting procedures, which is 10.1A. There was no motion that was put before. There was no foreshadowed motion. A foreshadowed motion under the rules does not exist, Councillor Newton. When the meeting
a foreshadowed motion does exist in the rules.
But you cannot move a foreshadowed motion. You can talk about that you're going to foreshadow a motion, but there's no such thing as a foreshadowed motion. And therefore, Councillor Newton, if I may finish, as the meeting resumed, I moved the procedural motion that the motion be put, and that's what's before us, and that's the business that you have to deal with.
So I'd like to clarify what Councillor McCarthy brought up, which is that, Councillor McCarthy, could you clarify where you were at when we went on the adjournment?
Mayor, it's fine. I just wanted to understand. I had foreshadowed that I'd be moving a procedural motion that we defer this item. That was before but it hasn't been heard. I think we just need to deal with Councillor Greco's procedural and see where that resolves. Right. I'm not wanting to waste time on this.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify that. So just for everyone's information, Rachel? Yeah. Yeah.
Mayor, you might have been about to do this anyway. I do just want to be clear that the matter on foot is the amendment to the substantive motion.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to clarify for everyone. So Councillor McCarthy had foreshadowed a further amendment, but he hadn't put it forward. Then we went on the adjournment, and so now we're back in the meeting, and the item that we're dealing with is a procedural motion to put the amendment to be voted on. So we've got a mover, Councillor Greco, and a seconder, Councillor Dimitriadis, and I'll just go straight to the vote for that. So all those in favour. So I've got Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Hannan and Councillor Williams. All those against. Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie, all those abstaining.
And Mayor Newton, now I move a procedural motion that the substantive motion now be put.
We haven't voted on the amendment, Councillor Greco. So could I please get...
No, we just voted on the amendment, Councillor Newton.
We voted on if the motion should be put. Councillor Greco, I'd also please just ask you to respect me as the chairperson. Rachel, could we please get the amendment on screen? Thank you. So as I flagged earlier, as the chairperson, we're going to vote on each amendment item individually. So could we go up to the top, please? So the first red part, which is Councillor Dimitriadis' amendment. Okay, so we're now looking at the first one, which is 2A. And we are going to vote individually. So 2A is reorders the top 20 projects to ensure that children's safety is in the top 5 list of priorities to allow children to safely walk, cycle, take public transport, or get dropped off at their school, kindergarten, or childcare centre. So we'll first vote on priority 1, location 2, roundabout at the corner of Dundas and Newcastle Street at Thornbury Kindergarten and near the Penders Grove Primary School. Design of intersection upgrade and installation of traffic signals at the intersection. All those in favour? So that's Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Williams. All those against? That's Councillor Newton. All those abstaining? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Hannan. That That amendment is passed. We'll go to 2, priority 2, location 7, install a raised intersection treatment with raised zebra crossings across all legs of the intersection of Separation Street and Perry Street, near Perry Street Childcare Centre and Fairfield Primary, which is also near the bus stop. So all those in favour of that? That's Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina and Councillor Williams. All those against? Councillor Newton. All those abstaining? Councillor McCarthy, Rennie and Hannon. That amendment is passed. So we'll go to 3, priority 3, location 19, install a raised zebra crossing across, I think it means Matisse Street, near Thornbury High School. Yep, so we'll just fix that spelling. All those in favour? That's Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Greco, Councillor Messina, Councillor Williams. All those against? Councillor Newton and Councillor Hannon. All those abstaining? Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Rennie. That
I beg your pardon, I meant to abstain there.
Oh, sorry.
Could I be an abstention for that one?
Yes. So all those against is Councillor Newton and all those abstaining is Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Hannon. That amendment is passed. This is number 4, priority 4, installed a raised intersection treatment with raised zebra crossing at the corner of Jones Street and Collins Street near Thornbury High School. All those in favour? That's Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Williams and Councillor Greco. All those against is Councillor Newton and all those abstaining. And sorry, is that against Councillor Hannon?
Got ahead of myself. Abstain.
Yep.
Abstain.
Okay. So against is Councillor Newton and all those abstaining is Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannon and Councillor Rennie. That amendment is passed. We'll go on to number 5, priority 5, location 14, install raised zebra crossings on Newcastle Street between Dundas Street and Pender Street near Penders Grove Primary School and Thornbury Kindergarten. All those in favour? That's Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina and Councillor Williams. All those against is Councillor Newton. All those abstaining? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannon, Councillor Rennie, how are you voting? Abstaining? Yep, thank you. That amendment is passed. And we'll go to 6, priority 6, install a raised zebra crossing across Separation Street outside Alfred Nuttall Memorial Kindergarten, which is also near the bus stop. All those in favour? Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina and Councillor Williams. All those against? Councillor Newton. All those abstaining? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Hannon. Can we go on to the next amendments, please? Thank you. So we've got the new P, which is that South Crescent be included as the last priority location 25, and that officers consult the community on options to address safety risks in South Crescent, but exclude a modal filter as an option, as well as any changes to parking. All those in favour? That's Councillor Greco, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina and Councillor Williams. All those against? That's Councillor Newton. All those against Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannon. All those abstaining? Councillor McCarthy. That amendment is lost because we have 4 against and we have 1 abstention, and an abstention is considered an against. So we'll go on to Q, adds the following safety issue to be included in the second round of community engagement, as Springthorpe has been ignored in the Your Street, Your Say Group B list of priority projects. A footpath on Main Drive in Springthorpe near the Habitat Link, so that Springthorpe residents can safely use prams or mobility aids to visit parks, as well as get to the Polaris Shopping Centre. All those in favour? Councillor Newton, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Greco, Councillor Messina, Councillor Williams. All those against? And all those abstaining? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Hannon. That is passed. And can we go down to the next amendments, please? So the next one is 12, request a detailed register of the completed and outstanding Your Street, Your Say projects to be available on Council's website that provides regular updates on these projects to ensure effective governance and full transparency. All those in favour? That's Councillor Newton, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Hannon, Councillor Williams. All those against? And all those abstaining? Councillor McCarthy. So most of those amendments have been passed, apart from the one on South Crescent. So we'll now go back to the substantive item, acknowledging that we have been on the rescission motion for this one item for 2 hours plus. So would anyone like to speak to the substantive item? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Yes, thank you. So firstly, I am really disappointed that some councillors appear to have limited understanding about the importance of installing raised zebra crossings that lead directly into schools, kindergartens and childcare centres. As I stated before, the criteria that was used in this report to establish the current priorities only gave a 20% weighing to safety, with evidence of safety issues being weighed at a shocking 3%. Safety should be a priority for these projects.
10.1H, it is inaccurate. We have heard over and over again from the staff that safety ranked was more than 20% prioritised.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm just sorry, I haven't even rebutted that, but I'm just going with what the report says. So I'm happy to change that to say that the public report that's been approved by the Mayor, the office, the senior officers, the CEO, and everybody who's been involved in this project says that it's a 20% weighing to safety, and therefore I think that this is alarming. There's also evidence of safety issues also having a shocking 3% weighing, and that includes crash data only given a 3% weighting. So, and I think safety should be a priority for these projects. But instead, this type of criteria calculation has resulted in the top priority in Darebin's Group B consultation being the closure of South Crescent with the installation of a modal filter because, and I quote again from the officer's recommendation, it is difficult to cycle along South Crescent. Having grown up in the area, I've seen a lot of changes to our municipality. And in the last 3 years, while I've been on council, I've listened to the concerns of many residents about safety in our streets. These items that I had listed in my amendment are things that the very things that residents had spoken to me about over the last 3 years. And I was told by officers as well as the previous acting CEO to refer the residents' concern to the Your Street, Your Say program, which we did. Yet to my surprise, when I reviewed the document, that was the recommendation of the officers, many projects that were raised over the years were either missing or not replaced by so-called priority projects such as the South Crescent, installing modal filters in South Crescent, despite not even considering safety for greater than 20%, and instead considering Darebin's strategic objectives as 25%, amongst other things. So as we see in the officer's report, the criteria that was used to determine these priority projects did not consider safety as a primary matter, and in fact did not give safety of a particular area much weight in the decisions to come up with this top 20 priority list. Instead, what was used was this council strategic objective, and I'm shocked and disappointed to say the least. I think Darebin needs to prioritise the safety of children and pedestrians first and foremost, and hence I think that all councillors need to support this by prioritising all the projects that support children and pedestrian safety in Darebin, because that's where the statistics show from the TAC that they are the ones that are most affected by accidents that occur in our areas. Thank you.
Councillor Dimitriadis, can I just check, was that your right of reply?
That was my speech for the substantive.
But you spoke to it at the start when you moved the... Oh, sorry, you didn't really, Councillor... Okay, sorry, that's fine. You're speaking to the substantive, no problem. Councillor McCarthy?
Mayor, I've foreshadowed to councillors an amendment I'd like to move to the motion, which officers will have. I did read it out earlier. I can read it out again while officers get up, if that's useful.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So the amendment is the inclusion of a new P, which would be removes installation of modal filter along South Crescent that would cost $200,000 and replaces this with removal of limited sections of on-street parking at higher risk areas for the south side of South Crescent between Plant Street and Mason Street.
As the seconder, I'm happy to accept that.
Thank you. Does the mover, Councillor Hannan, are you happy to accept that?
Yes, happy to accept that, Mayor.
Thank you. That now becomes the substantive motion. So are there any further speakers on the substantive motion?
Vote.
Just checking, are there any further speakers?
Yes, Mayor.
Councillor Hannon, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
There's
Yes.
no right of reply because there's been an amendment. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Mayor.
sorry, that's true.
Okay.
Councillor Hannon, so you
Fine.
have spoken to the substantive.
I'll let it go.
Just one.
The substantive motion.
You want to take substantive? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, look, I know this has taken a long time, and obviously all these projects have been mentioned, and I've been reading through the excellent Your Stretch Your Say survey, and it's full of good ideas and great ideas. Many of them can't be here. I wish the east-west pipeline bicycle link between Banyule, linking the Edwards Park Lake through back to Plenty Road River, had been picked up. It is in the study area on Plenty Road in Bundoora. I also wish there's some action with Vic Roads to fix Dunn Street, Kingsbury, Plenty Road intersection, which is the gateway, pedestrian gateway to La Trobe Uni, which is really some place with a lot of safety problems. This scoping is just 3 areas in the city. There's many other areas we know need addressing, and we've got to deal with lobbying to federal funding and state funding. So I'm sort of, I'm glad people have gone through such detail, and councillors are passionate about it. But there is merit in individual councillors having a say on their own ward. There is merit on councillors having views, and there also should be respect for listening to technical advice. And I should point out, in our overarching traffic considerations, we've always said that the officers have the right to bring to our attention safety issues that need to be paramount above all other policy considerations. So there's plenty of scope, and obviously there'll be flexibility with our staff and with our council to promote all the safety measures that we can whenever they occur, because governments have different priorities that come up. So I just think all of this is a good thing, actually, all of these items.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers on the substantive? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I support some of the points that Councillor Lawrence has made in terms of the value of the process and the input of the community. And so I won't go through those. But I actually wanted to hark back to a critical point here, which is to thank our officers for the work that they do in bringing all this together. There's a lot of information here. This is not the end of the process. This is all going out for consultation. And so it's actually council officers who do the majority of the consultation around this, not councillors. And I think we need to recognise the significant amount of work that's gotten us to this point, but also recognise the work that is ahead. I don't envy the task that they have in terms of working through some complex and sometimes competing ideas about how we deliver a more safer outcome. I think one thing that is really important, though, and I want to reinforce this because I think there's been some statements made in the debate which I don't think necessarily are correct, which is that our officers bring an extraordinary amount of attention, and council policies bring an extraordinary amount of attention to the safety of a whole range of road users. That includes vulnerable road users, that includes commuters, that includes people on wheels and also on foot, and a whole lot of other ways of getting around as well. So I just want to recognise their contribution, but also defend the evidence-based approach, which actually has gotten us to this point, and also ask that when the community engages with this, that they also look at the evidence that we have in front of us as well from the report that we received, which we've been considering at the last meeting and this meeting. I'll end it there, but I just want to say thank you to the organisation for the work and also the community that's actually raised its voice. I'm sure will continue to raise its voice in relation to safety issues when it comes to their streets and their own traffic and transport safety.
Thank you, Councillor Messina.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I've loved Your Street, Your Say. We haven't always agreed on everything. Darebin is a very large municipality, and I think Reservoir is the second largest suburb in all of Melbourne, actually. So our pool of funding is only so big. Our advocacy positions is greater. The issue, and I'm glad that it was put into in terms of the amendment. transparency is key, and ensuring that, one, council can deliver on certain projects based on infrastructure and its resources, but there's also advocacy positions, and there are some that are already been identified in area A that haven't been submitted or finalised, and then we've got B coming up. So the community need to know this still needs to be done, this is what our proposal is, and this is advocacy. I think it needs to be clear and transparent, and the community needs to come along the journey, not going through notices of motions or amendments locked into where, typing in Darebin in terms of your street, your say. This is about moving forward and being transparent. So I'm really glad that amendment got in. I wish we could have a magic wand and deliver many things for Darebin, but the pool's only this big. But I want to say thank you to the officers who spent a lot of months, years actually working on these as well.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. Councillor Rennie.
Thank you. It's a significant regret to me that I now find myself unable to vote for this motion. I cannot support an outcome that, from a governance point of view, falls so far short of what our community should be able to expect from us. I'd like to thank the hundreds and thousands, in fact, of people, residents, commuters, road users, who participated in the Your Street, Your Say consultation process. For anyone who took a look, it was quite an extraordinary interactive, one of the elements was an extraordinary interactive platform where people could actually get online and pinpoint areas of the municipality where they experienced safety issues, and they could see what other people were pinpointing, and they could comment and reflect. And interestingly, some of those comments identified things that could be fixed without Your Street, Your Say. So in one area, I know people identified that there were so many boats on a street that they blocked visibility for vehicles, and that's actually a compliance issue. And so Your Street, Your Say has been amazing, and I thank all of the community members who participated. But they participated believing that the process would be rigorous and accountable, and that was the consultation platform. I've had many residents say things to me over the years, and I also directed them to this. And not all of those concerns, not all of the areas have been picked up in this. But I believe in the process. I thank our staff for the rigour with which they've applied it. And I believe that the only correct thing to do was to pass the priorities in the order that they were in and go out to consultation. There is not a project on the list now that doesn't have some merit. We all know we can't afford them. And in thinking about where we place our money, it should be according to the transparent process that was laid out. And I'm profoundly disappointed that councillors have chosen pork barrelling and ward boundaries and other things over what I think was a more rigorous and transparent and good governance process.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
I find it a little misleading from what Councillor Rennie has just mentioned about it needs to go in the order exactly the way officers recommended. I spoke to officers and I asked them a direct question about the order that was placed. Was number one, meaning that it was considered the most important and the most safety issue that needed to be addressed. Officers replied no, and I asked them the issue in hand, it should have been actually alphabetical rather than numerical, because it indicates that in that particular order that number one is meant to be perceived by a lot of people, or many, including myself, thinking that number one had been the most place that needed to be addressed urgently or first off. So, Councillor Rennie, I believe that your statement was misleading by saying that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers on this item? Councillor Greco.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I just want to highlight a few points. The key nature of Your Street, Your Say is the consultation process. There's not very many other processes that we have in council where we go back to the community twice. Why I mentioned that, which goes back to the questions that I asked earlier about an hour and a half ago, is that the community are important stakeholders in what what works get done and how the works get prioritised. Otherwise, we would not go back to the community, not once, not twice. So obviously we get input from engineers and experts, but that information that we get from engineers and experts also has to be put into the public realm with stakeholders, and in this case, the stakeholders is the community. And as we know, traffic type issues and safety issues in our city are held at the right at the high end of the order in terms of what residents want to have an input in. So if we follow the logic that only the experts can determine what the priorities are, we may as well just close this process now and not go back to the community. Actually, there wouldn't have been any reason to go back to the community in the first place, because we could have said, well, the experts are going to determine what the changes are going to be, and then we'll implement that. It's more than that. We have to listen to the community, and this process, why I really favour this Your Street, Your Safer, because it goes back to the community twice. The other point that I make very quickly, in terms of the hierarchy of road safety, the ones at the bottom of that hierarchy are pedestrians. If you look at the hierarchy, obviously, it goes from heavy vehicles right down to pedestrians. And so we have to then be extra careful and have a lens and looking at things from a pedestrian perspective. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers on this item? No. So I think I have the opportunity to close just before we vote. For me, I think that of all the decisions that we make on council, I think that ones where traffic engineers are talking about safety is one of the most important decisions where we should respect traffic engineer advice. I'm disappointed that I don't think that we're doing that with some of the amendments that have been supported. And I don't think the binary between the idea of that there's children's and old person safety and other road users safety is useful. So my son sits on the back of my e-bike with me. He travels with me all over Darebin, including on High Street, including all over. So I think this idea that only looking at schools and kinders doesn't make any sense to me because my son travels everywhere with me on my e-bike. So I will close the debate there. We'll put the substantive item to the vote. Can we get that on screen, please? Thank you. So we've got the substantive motion on screen. All those in favour? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Williams and Councillor Messina and Councillor Greco. All those against? Councillor Newton and all those abstaining? Councillor Rennie and Councillor Hannan, that substantive motion is passed. And we'll now go on to part B of this item. So Councillor Hannan, are you okay to move the motion for part B for this item? And we'll just ask Councillor Rennie to exit the room. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just finding my buttons. Yes. I don't think this one needs much speaking. It's just one part of the last motion.
Okay, and do we have a seconder, Councillor McCarthy? Councillor Hannan, would you like to speak to the item?
I'll just be clear that this was an item from the initial list as proposed by officers based on consultation and expert advice. It was fifth. I'm actually not sure how this now fits, given we've done the reordering. I'm a bit lost actually, because I'm not sure if I can still move it as number 5.
Good question.
Or we now have to replace it as number 5.
Rachel, can we get some advice on having just passed the last motion? What's possible for this part 2? Thank you.
So I would start by offering that the motion has now been moved, And so it needs to be considered sort of as it is unless it is amended.
Okay.
My interpretation of it as it is written is that location 5 would be included within the top 20 for the purposes of consultation, but it isn't specific about which priority.
Councillor Hannan, do you want to go forward with that?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense,
Thank you.
and hopefully can shortcut the debate. I take it from previous discussion that the top 20 it wasn't a very technical from 1 to 20. You know, there was ones at the high, and then there was list of priorities in the top 20. I take the effect of this is to basically include these very important projects along Newcastle Street for consultation. It's one that comes up all the time. There's a lot of cars that use that as a rat run. There's sensitive areas in the area. As I might say, it's built into the existing prioritisation is proximity to things like schools and childcare centres. That's already built in. That's part of the reason why this has been prioritised. I'll leave it at that. I'm hoping this one is pretty obviously to be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy, would you like to speak as seconder?
Mayor, I'll reserve my right and just encourage that we just put this to the vote if we can.
Sure. Would anyone like to speak in opposition? No. Councillor McCarthy, I'll go back to you for an opportunity to speak.
No, happy for us to put it to the vote, Mayor.
Fine. Okay, so we'll put this item to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Newton, Councillor McCarthy. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So we will move on to the next item. Let me just bring up my...
Mayor, I have a procedural item.
Yes, Councillor Hannan.
It's proposing a reordering of business. I'd like to propose that after the current item 6.2 that we hear the urgent items.
Rachel?
Mayor, we're just calling Councillor Rennie.
Oh, yes, thank you. Councillor Hannan, just wait a moment. We'll just wait for Councillor Rennie to return to the meeting, and then we'll deal with your procedural motion. Okay, we've got Councillor Rennie back in the meeting now. So Councillor Hannan, would you like to go to your procedural motion?
Yeah, it's a simple reordering of the business. So to after the next item 6.2 to hear the urgent items, and otherwise then to continue with the agenda.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McCarthy. Okay, so that's a procedural, so we need to put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannan and Councillor Rennie. All those against? Councillor Newton, Councillor Williams, Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Messina. Councillor Cocker, how are you voting? Against? Okay. Sorry, Councillor Hannan, that motion has been lost. So we'll go on to the next rescission motion. I'll just bring up my running sheet. Bear with me. Okay, so we're now on item 6.2, which is notice of rescission, item 9.8, migration public artwork. Rachel, can I confirm, do we have staff available to answer questions on this item?
Yes, we do, Mayor.
Thank you. Have we got any questions on this rescission motion? Councillor Greco?
Thanks, Mayor Newton. Yeah, I just wanted to understand that if this rescission motion was to be accepted, then what would be the status of the migration public art project?
through you, Mayor, if the rescission was passed as it was, at the moment officers would stop work on the migration public artwork until clarity was received from council around the delivery options that you were interested in proceeding with. Much like the item that you've just considered, you moved a rescission motion and then you moved an alternate. If there was an alternate option moved, then if that was carried by council, then officers would deliver in that way. But at the moment, what's before you is a rescission only.
Can I contribute something there? It's my intention to seek leave from the chair to actually add the words "and allow this item to be heard" at this meeting, because it's my intention to seek to move the motion that was put at the last meeting without amendment, so that the project can proceed as had been anticipated.
Just another question, if I may. So just to understand kindly, that if we vote against this, if this rescission motion was to get up, then and in the absence of any further discussion, the project will be put on hold. Yes?
At this point, yes.
Until it came back to council.
Until officers received advice from council as to the direction you would like it to take. If the rescission notice fails, then officers would proceed based on the decision that council made in December. So as always, officers will be guided by council.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the rescission motion? No. Okay. Councillor Rennie, did you want to move a alternative
thank you, Mayor. I seek your leave to add the words to the rescission motion "and allow this item to be heard tonight."
Yes, that's fine.
And
can we get that on screen?
Would then put to my colleagues that a motion as recommended by officers last time. So I seek leave to move that like that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got that on screen. Do you have a seconder for the rescission motion, alternative rescission motion? Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Rennie, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to keep this brief. It was never my intention in moving this rescission motion to not proceed with the project, which is why I've added these words to make it clear. What I would propose tonight is that if the rescission motion is successful, we go back to the officer's recommendation and pass that forthwith with very little debate. I would hope that we could get through that in a couple of minutes. The reason for doing that is that we've received very clear advice from staff that the timelines that I think were proposed in the table and the motion that was put at the last meeting cannot be achieved. So I think it's grossly unfair to our staff to move a motion directing them to do something that they've already said they can't deliver. And this project is too important to compromise the outcomes. Anyone who's ever applied for a grant would know that whenever there's an expression of interest or a grant process, you allow at least a month, preferably 6 weeks, for people to respond. It's very much the same, in fact, even more so with processes working with artists. If you're calling for the arts community to respond to a brief, it is absolutely essential that you give them time to collect their thoughts, to consult with their stakeholders, to come back with a quality idea. And I don't want to see any project in this realm compromised in deliverability and quality, which is what's happened as a result of the ill-conceived and ill-understood amended motion that was put at the last meeting. We bounced around at the last meeting, colleagues, you might recall, it was really unclear. No councillor could actually articulate what the changes were. People just kept referring to the table. The amendment was not presented in such a way that it was clear what the changes were from the original to what was passed. That's poor governance. And our staff had told us they could not deliver. And so at the moment on the books, we have a motion that is not deliverable. I'm simply saying, let's correct that, let's rescind, and let's pass with no debate the officer's recommendation so the project can get underway without compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor McCarthy, would you like to speak as seconder?
I'll reserve my right for the moment, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any speakers in opposition? Councillor Messina.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that during the last meeting, I said a statement that I'm not really proud of, and I offended somebody. So I would like to retract that. I've already spoken. I'll speak to that person and that individual one-on-one. So I'd like to retract that, and I'm deeply sorry for my comment. First of all, secondly, an alignment of deadlines is all about adequate resources. It's a simple equation. The council plan is ambitious. We knew there were challenges. Yes, we all spoke through them and we got to the deadline. When a project is assigned a deadline, it represents a commitment from stakeholders and a benchmark for progress and a driver of momentum. This council supported that commitment just recently. When council declared a climate emergency, when we produce our council plan, these are ambiguous plans. The officers have to deliver to that target. Just like the climate emergency, we had a target to reduce emissions and to zero, from my understanding. We have a plan, we stick to it. It's a signpost. The signposts need to be moved. When council undertook the building of NARC during COVID, we did this. It was impossible, yet we delivered it. So why move the compass? Simply, more than a year ago, councillors in this very room placed red dots on this particular project. The Monument and the Economic Chamber of Commerce. There were 4 councillors who placed red dots on that, and people in this room simply can say what they want, but I think it's about votes. It's about plan. It's about delivery. And I think this is about non-deliverable of the item. That's just my point of view. I'm allowed to express that, and I'm simply voting against this.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. Are there any further speakers for, Councillor Greco?
Thank you, Mayor Newton. Look, I'm going to be speaking against the motion to rescind this. First of all, I think it was fairly clear, if people care to read their emails, in the amendment that was put forward by Councillor Messina and then put forward by me, the new table that articulated the new timelines. It just seems to me that councillors did not take the time or attention to read their emails and read the amendments, and then create a sense of confusion that they didn't know what the amendment was about. The table was there for everybody to read. It's in all my time I've been on council, we've often said that you take things as read, and that should have been the case. I think the dates are pretty clear, and as Councillor Messina put, if there are timelines that are tight, then it's a question of resources. It's just simple as that. And if we pass a resolution requiring certain work and certain action, then the resources will need to be allocated to achieve that. I'm more than happy for the CEO or the officers to come back and say, look, in order to achieve your deadlines, we would need this resource or that resource, which we could have a discussion about. I've got no problem about that. And so I think rather than wasting more time on this and allowing this to drag on, let's stick to the timetable that's been put forward by Councillor Messina and get this done. And the final point that I make is that, look, I really find it disingenuous by some councillors that they've saying that the deliverability and the quality of this sort of project will be compromised because they actually want to see something wonderful. And in the past, councillors have actually voted against this particular item, and now we get this disingenuous speak about that they're so concerned about the project being delivered in a quality manner. Let's just rescind. Let's not support this rescission of the motion and just move ahead with the new time frame that's been established. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers to this item? No. Councillor Reddy?
I'd just like a very quick right of reply, please.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to refer councillors to page 140 of the agenda from the 18th of December, which has an officer recommendation which would endorse the public artwork delivery as outlined in Appendix A. I believe that we could have a unanimous vote of support for that. if we proceeded immediately to that motion after a rescission. Secondly, this is not about resources for the timelines. This is about respect for the arts community. To give artists 2 weeks to respond to type of process is disrespectful in the extreme and conveys a message to the arts community that we're not serious about delivering a quality artwork. And so I just suggest that to my colleagues. Nowhere will you find this kind of process which only allows artists 2 weeks to respond. That's just you know, incredibly poor practice, and no one will do that. It will really limit the number of artists who choose to participate, and that is a great shame, especially as we are a council that wants to reach more people and particularly reach communities that might be harder to engage.
Thank you. So we'll go to the vote on the rescission motion. So all those in favour?
Sorry, Mayor, before you
Oh, sorry.
I've still got a right as a seconder. So
You've got a right of reply as a seconder?
as the seconder.
Oh, sorry, you haven't spoken. Sorry,
Yeah.
Councillor McCarthy.
Right.
Please speak.
We went to a right of reply.
The
I'm
motion
sorry.
might be passed because I exercised a right of reply. I'm terribly sorry, Councillor McCarthy. I jumped in, but I don't think there can be a speaker after I've had a right of reply.
That's fine. It's just
I'm
halving the
sorry.
time that we have for artists to respond. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. I'm sorry about that.
All right.
So we will go to the vote on the rescission item. So all those in favour? That's Councillor Newton, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannan and Councillor Rennie. All those against? Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco and Councillor Williams. That rescission motion is passed. So
Mayor, I'd like to move immediately that we pass a motion as per page 140 of the December meeting. The officer recommendation would be that Council endorses Migration Public Artwork Delivery Option 3 as outlined in Appendix A to progress the scoping study for the Migration Public Artwork as funded in the 2023-24 Council Budget and Plan, and endorses Public Artwork Funding Strategy Option 2 or first consideration of whether to fund the 180 to Commissioner for Public Artwork to the 2024-25 Council Plan and Budget process for consideration and prioritisation against other capital priorities and community needs. That's exactly as it was in the agenda, and I'd like to move that, preferably without debates. That's
thank you. So you're moving what was the officer's recommendation on the 18th of December meeting. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hannan. Okay. So Councillor Rennie, I'll go to
Mayor Newton, if I may, because we're discussing the another motion, I'm wondering whether we had the opportunity to ask questions in relation to it.
Ask questions.
Yes,
that opportunity wasn't afforded to us. So
yes,
I'm just,
I
have one or two questions that I need to ask.
That's a fair point. So Councillor Rennie, I'll go back to questions and then we'll go to the debate. So it's a fair point, Councillor Greco. So does any councillors have any questions? Councillor Greco, would you like to ask any questions?
Yeah, I'll kick off first. Look, my question is that because we're talking about the timetable, and I know that there's it's a huge timetable there. I was wondering whether officers can suggest how that timetable could be shortened without compromising, as it's been said, the project. Are there aspects of the project that can be shortened so that we can make sure that the project is delivered within a certain shorter time frame?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Greco. I might ask my colleague Leah, Arts and Collections Coordinator, to join us and answer that question for you.
Thank you, Kylie. I'm just having a bit of trouble starting my video. There we go. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Greco. Through you, Mayor. There are 3 options presented in the report to Council from December. Option 3 is our recommended option because it is an amalgamation of councillors' wishes to have a sort of a midway point between a speedy timeline and a full community consultation model. However, we could move towards option 1, which is a much faster timeline, but does not entail a full-scale community consultation process. In our best estimation, that is the only way to speed up or reduce the timeline. It is not a matter of staffing resources, as we do have adequate resources. It's just a matter if we're going to go through various steps of community co-design, including a call out for community members to join a community reference group, and then another period for the community reference group to design the project brief, and then another period for call out for community members to nominate themselves for the project, and then a final period for call out for the shortlisted artists to develop their artwork design. The time periods allocated to each of those stages has already been reduced quite significantly to what we believe is as tight as is possible, and cannot be reduced further without omitting some of those steps.
Manu, I just had a supplementary question. So,
before we go to the supplementary question, can I just move a continuance of the meeting so we extend it for half an hour?
Yes, thank you. I'll deal with that first, Councillor Greco. So, Councillor Rennie, you want to move to extend the meeting for half an hour? Do I need a seconder, Councillor McCarthy, and all those in favour? That's carried unanimously. So thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor Greco, I'll go back to you for your question.
So just to understand, therefore, option one would deliver it in a much shorter time frame and actually bring something to council before council was to go into caretaker mode. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor Greco, through you, Mayor. Option one would have the shortlisted artists have a successful artist selected by before caretaker period. That's correct. However, it would be omitting phases of the community consultation, and would also entail the direct appointment of community members to the to the community reference group, because there would not be adequate time to do a call out for members to join. So there's quite a few different features of the option one timeline in order to achieve, in order to select an artist before September, before caretaker period.
Okay, thanks for that.
Councillor Messina.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is in relation to the notice of motion that we should have heard in November, and it still looks like we're not going to hear tonight either. In relation to the community reference group and the notice of motion that's due to be heard, how does that affect option one, please?
Through you, Mayor. So the notice of motion that is before council is calling for a report. So officers would need to develop that report and bring that back to council. It would then be up to council whether you wanted to make any amendments or changes to the migration public artwork as a result. So the migration public artwork would progress on whatever timeline council resolves tonight. We would obviously, as officers, be mindful of that work that was occurring under the notice of motion if it's passed by council, but that the migration public artwork, dependent upon the delivery option you choose, would progress almost in parallel with that work. So there might be the ability to integrate the findings from that notice of motion, but there also may not be, dependent upon the delivery option council chooses.
Thank you. Have you got any further questions?
Sorry, I have a supplementary question, Mayor, if I may. Mayor Newton? Yeah. My question is just in relation to the makeup of the committee that's to decide on the artwork. What makeup is that, please? And will migrants of lived experience be part of that, or that be given to some other community members to decide?
Thank you, Councillor Messina, through you, Mayor. The makeup of the community reference group is essentially the same in all three options, in that it involves member of the Darebin Ethnic Communities Council, 3 community members with lived experience of migration, and 2 members of the Darebin Art and Heritage Advisory Panel with public art expertise. However, in option 1, there would not be time for a call out for community members to nominate themselves. So we would have to put feelers out directly to community groups and make requests for people to join the panel in order to expedite the process. So that's the difference between option 1 as opposed to option 2 and 3.
Thank you, Councillor Messina.
On mute, can't hear you.
Sorry, I've already been approached by 3 artists with from Darebin in relation to this monument. Have we been advised, or have any officers had any call out, had any advice from those particular artists who are interested in what's happening with this process?
Thank you, Councillor Messina. We have not had any contact as yet from these artists, but we would definitely be very keen to hear from them.
Fantastic. Did they call you directly?
Through you, Mayor, yes, Councillor Messina, they can absolutely call myself or my team at Bundoora Homestead Arts Centre directly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions? No. Okay, so we'll close questions there and go on to debate. Councillor Rennie, did you want to go back to moving the motion?
Yes, and Mayor, I'll keep it incredibly brief, just to say that I hope that we can, within the next few minutes, pass and endorse a unanimous motion here. I'll keep it brief because I think that Councillor Messina has been a real champion of this project, and it would be better for her to have more time, given that we're short of time in this meeting. So I'll invite others to say a few brief words so that we can put straight to the vote.
Thank you. And Councillor Hannan, can I confirm that you're happy to second still?
Yes, happy to second.
Yes,
Reserve my right to speak.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Councillor Rennie, have you made is that all you want to say at this point?
That's all I want to say. Yep.
Great. Okay. And Councillor Hannan, you reserving your right. Councillor Greco.
Thanks, Manuta. I just want to speak in relation to the item. I think, given what we've at the stage that we're at now, I believe that, and I want to foreshadow that instead of option 3, that we go with option 2, like that this matter can be implemented much more quickly, and with the work of the officers, as it's just been mentioned. I know that it's a bit of a compromise in relation to, because option 3 was the option that incorporated more community input, if you like, not so much input in terms of how the community was selected, but I've got trust in the officers that from the debates that they've heard in relation to this particular item, that they would be able to manage that particular aspect of it and ensure then that the project could be delivered and achieved much earlier than what option 3 or option 2 would have delivered it. We've talked about this a long time. It's time that we get this thing done. There's already interest there in the community, as Councillor Messina said. Already artists are looking out for this particular project. So let's put our trust in the officers to actually deliver this project under option 1, which is a shorter time frame option. And so I'll be foreshadowing that and asking councillors to defeat this motion so that then we can go with option 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. You're speaking opposition. Are there any further speakers to the item? Okay, Councillor Hannan, would you like to use your right of reply? Oh, sorry, not your right of reply. Would you like to speak to the item as the seconder?
Just briefly to say that I thank the officers for their work. I think that the 3 options there are they all have merits. My main concern is to see that we deliver a quality project. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a last call for any further speakers. Councillor Messina, did you want to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor. I've spoken
Okay,
enough.
thank you. Thank you. Councillor Rennie, did you want to write a reply? Sorry, Councillor Rennie, did you want to write a reply?
No,
No.
probably
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to the vote for that item. So all those in favour. Okay, that's Councillor Newton, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Rennie. All those against? Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco, Councillor Messina, Councillor Dimitriadis. All those abstaining? Councillor Williams. Okay, so that's 4 against and 1 abstain. So that's counted as a no. So that's 5 no's. That motion has failed. So Councillor Greco, you foreshadowed that you wanted to put up.
Yeah, so I foreshadowed that we go for option 1.
Okay.
I just want to be clear through our officers, Leah, that option 1 was the shorter, because I know that the 3 options, I don't have it here in front of me. Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Compromise,
Do we have a
let's go
second? Councillor Messina. Okay, Councillor Greco, would you like to speak to the item?
I think we've said enough on this. Let's put it to a vote. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Messina, would you like to speak to the item as seconder? Okay. Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition to the motion?
Put the item to vote.
So, Councillor Williams, did you want to speak to the item?
No, I just want to put the item to vote, please.
Okay.
That's a
so
motion.
I'll put that motion to vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. So we'll go on to the next item. Let me just get up my running sheet. So we've dealt with that. So we'll now go on to item 7.1, notices of motion. And Councillor Lawrence, I'll ask you to step into the chair for this one, please, just so that I can move the motion, please. So over to you, Councillor Lawrence.
Okay, so we are dealing with item 7.1, Victorian Food Systems Consensus Statement towards a healthy, regenerative and equitable food system in Victoria. Now, the Mayor, so basically, I'm in your hands now with the mover of the motion.
Thank you. I just need a seconder, please. Thank you. Councillor McCarthy. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lawrence. So with this motion, I'm moving an alternative motion that we refer this item to budget process. And I would hope that that happens to some of the other motions, notices of motion tonight as well. So this is a motion that came through from Nick Rose, who many of you might know from Oak Hill Food Justice Farm, and other councils have moved similar motions. It's really about looking at how we look at food locally and across the state. I know there's floods in the UK at the moment, there's floods in Seymour, the climate is changing rapidly, and I think the more that we can support a local food system, the better. And I think the Oak Hill Food Justice Farm is an incredible example of that. I think we also should reduce our food miles where we can, and as we also have a motion that's been passed to look into the plant-based treaty. So I think the more local vegetarian food that we can support as well, the better. So I'll leave it at that. I know we've got a lot of motions to get through tonight, but this is basically, it's just sending it to the budget process. So I do hope that all councils can support this one, and that's it from me.
Okay, thank you. Now, did the seconder of the motion wish to speak?
I think that was me. I'll reserve my right, Mayor, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other councillors who wish to speak to this motion? Councillor Messina.
Just really quickly, I'd like to see Australia move forward with not producing any genetically modified foods, and I want to flag that, and I'm hoping that is an advocacy position, not that the next council looks at.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other councillors who want to talk to for or against this motion that we've got in front of us? Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands, so I hope I'm getting everyone in the picture. So I'll now put the motion for councillors to vote on. All those in favour of the notice of motion. Okay, so I think that's a unanimous vote. That was a unanimous vote. I'll just confirm with the officers. So I'll now, we have one other motion to deal with while I'm in the chair, which is 7.2, a motion addressing the housing crisis. This also has been a notice of motion put forward by the Mayor, Councillor Newton, Mayor Newton. And so we'd like to move the motion, Mayor Newton.
Yes, and I'll just need a seconder for that item as well. Councillor Messina. That's not me. Sorry, I was chairing. Sorry, Councillor Lawrence. Over to you.
Yeah, I think I had seconder was Councillor Messina. So if we could hear from the mover first.
Thank you. And apologies, Councillor Lawrence. It's quite a long meeting. So this is something where I'd actually first really like to say thank you to Peter Smith, who is our CEO. He's actually a placemaking expert, and we also have his expertise on housing from a long history and a long career of working with places like the Port Phillip Housing Trust and many more. So I'm just going to bring up, it was a little while ago that we wrote this motion, so I'm just going to bring it up, so please bear with me. Okay, so this is something where I would like to think that all 9 councillors are really passionate about this issue. I know that Councillor Lawrence and I probably share a really strong interest on this issue particularly. We are in a housing crisis. I think I've said before in this chamber that I'm seeing more visible homelessness, so around Edwards Lake, for example, but we also know there's pockets near Preston Market and lots of other places in Darebin, and I think that everyone should have the right to a roof over their head, enough to eat, particularly safe housing. And I know what I'm seeing really across Darebin is that it's not just a few people that are affected by the housing crisis. I think we're getting to the point where it's probably a majority that is affected by interest rate rises, is affected by rental increases, is affected by not nearly enough affordable housing in Darebin, not nearly enough public housing. And we've made efforts with social housing, such as the Preston social housing development that was built recently. But there's only so much that we can do. We need the state government really, really on board with public housing, social housing and affordable housing. So what this motion will do is get the CEO to look at what steps Darebin can take next to address this. And I think that it should be one of our highest priorities. I've said that in my mayoral speech, and I hope that all councillors can support this motion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Newton. Now, can I just call on the seconder to speak and just remind seconders have got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Mayor. I'm happy to support it. I think Councillor Newton's done a great job in prescribing the notice of motion and speaking to it. So I'm happy to support it. And in the absence of our time wasting away, I'm happy to just let it go.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Messina. Now, I just invite, is there any other councillors who wish to speak to this notice of motion? I've sort of lost view, so I'll just yell out if you wanted to speak. So. No, okay. All right. Well, that concludes the debate on that. I'll now put that notice of motion on housing to the councillors for consideration. All those in favour? And that's been passed unanimously, as I expect it would have been. Now, I think I'm going to hand back to the Mayor to conclude with the rest of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lawrence. I really appreciate you stepping in there. So let me go back to my writing sheet. So we're now on item 7.3, which is the 86 Festival. Councillor Messina, do you wish to move the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the item? Councillor Williams. Councillor Messina, would you like to speak to the item?
Thank you, Mayor. This notice of motion is to acknowledge and celebrate the success of the 86 Festival that we had in October. Darebin is a vibrant community. As we know, we celebrate the arts here. I wanted to acknowledge the festival producers and our heartfelt congratulations to them for orchestrating such an event, showcasing our live music precinct and capturing not only the spirit and the creativity that defines Darebin, but also bringing the artists along in the journey. It was a fantastic festival. And I also like to move to extend our sincere gratitude to the Minister for Creative Industries and the state government, especially the state member for Northcote, Kat Theophanous, and also Vicky Guglielmo, who used to be the creative culture expert at Darebin City Council. This project started with some phone calls back a few years ago, and it was going to be too hard. And then Vicky stepped in, spoke to the minister. We had a roundtable discussion and worked with the festival producers, and this is what we've developed. And I think it's about continuing the momentum, the opportunity to seize the moment, to celebrate, reflect, and then plan for the future. This 86 Festival is a benchmark for excellence. And we also do that with the Fuse Darebin Festival as well. But at the same time, it causes a little bit of issues in the community. So this notice of motion then addresses our live music policy. We know that the EPA, and there's also outside of Darebin City Council, there are policies in terms of the noise levels. But this is an opportunity moving together to be transparent with the rules, to make it easy, not only for residents and venue operators, so that the community knows what the policies are in relation to live music venues, in relation to the sound, in relation to the excess rubbish. That needs to be addressed because we need community and we need the owners of these precincts, of these establishments, and the community to be in a happy, special space. So let's address those. I've been waiting for this. We were going to bring it to council earlier in the year, but we waited until the 86 Festival to address that we need to have a live music policy in Darebin. So this is about considering it and moving forward so we know the lessons, we know what the issues are so we can address them and work with community. So I'm hoping that this gets supported by my fellow councillors.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak?
Yeah, I'll be really quick because we've been on this meeting for such a long time. In reference to the 86 Festival, there was about a year in the making for this, and it just goes to show that you get the right people at the table and collaboratively talking together, you get some wonderful outcomes. We had many restaurants and we had many venues that actually sold out of alcohol, sold out of food. We had thousands of people on the street. We had police on horsebacks that we've never seen along High Street before. There was a lot that in my time that I've grown up in Darebin, I have never seen. And the vibe was just phenomenal. The fact that there were no arrests, there was no violence, there was no issue or any reports back of any incidents. I stayed up until at least 2 in the morning. I went to nearly every single venue, checking out how every owner and business owner was going throughout the night. And I only got nothing but fantastic reports back. And over, many times they said that this needs to happen again, whether it was from the locals or the business people. They thought it was just a wonderful event, to the point that, as an example, down at the Keys, they had the mothers group, and they had, I think he said it was about 50-something prams. About 10 o'clock in the morning, they had all the mums there and dads and all the events in the morning, and they said it was just wonderful. And then they had other people having their dinners at 5 and 6 o'clock, and then you've got the music people after that. It was just a wonderful event, especially the 24-hour Saturday night. As I said, most people sold out, but people's attitude and the vibe in the streets was just phenomenal. And I just hope that it does continue. And thank you, Councillor Messina, for all your hard work in the background in starting all this also. But I also look forward to the reports coming back.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak in opposition to the motion? Are there any further speakers? No. Okay, we'll put this item to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. So we'll go on to 7.4, which is engagement of post-war migrants by council. Councillor Messina, do you wish to move the motion?
I'm actually going to, with Councillor Lawrence's, to second, I'm happy to move the amendment that was elaborated on by Councillor Lawrence, if he's happy for me to include that. That was circulated to councillors. Councillor Lawrence, are you happy for me to add and put in, superimpose what you've actually said and articulated differently to my original motion? Are you happy for that, Councillor Lawrence?
Yes, I'm happy for that. I just need to caution, make sure you've got the version that doesn't have the word consultants, because I notice the motion can't exceed the $5,000. So
absolutely. I'm happy for that. I was wondering if officers could put that up. I'm happy to move that.
I think it's been circulated. So we'd be moving, Councillor Messina would be moving an alternative motion with the wording that was put forward by Councillor Morris.
Yes, it's basically the same, but it's expanded. Yep.
And just a note for everyone speaking from now, it'd be really great if just the mover could speak and the seconder could hold off unless they're really passionate about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to start talking. If that's happy, if you're happy with that.
I think, yeah, look, I think everyone's seen hopefully everyone's seen the wording from Councillor Lawrence. So I think, yeah, feel free to start the debate and we'll get the alternative motion
I'll put it on the screen. I've been away. I'd like to see it, please.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so we'll wait for the alternative motion to come on screen. So Rachel and Anna, it's basically what Councillor Lawrence has sent through, but just without the word consultants.
We have received a version which the team is just going to publish in momentarily, so it won't be long.
Thank you.
Could I just ask a question through you, Mayor, because there was an officer finessing on that, and just that we're getting that last one. I only saw it after 5, and I wasn't sure where this motion was going. So if we could get the version that Kylie and the officers finalised. Which
yes,
is more
that's the one.
Great, thank you.
Yep, won't be long.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence, is that your wording?
I have to admit, at this end of the day,
let me read it.
I think it probably is, but I'm getting mixed up.
It probably is. Okay, Councillor Messina, we'll go to you as the mover.
Yeah, just quite simply, that's why I asked the question earlier on. Often post-war migrants are used to an environment of non-engagement. They're used to an environment when speaking up is not welcome. And we know time and time again, during the engagement process, it's really difficult to reach out and hear what they have to say. They believe that their work is not valued. They believe that they have no opportunity to speak up. That's what I hear from most all is like, well, why do I have to say something? Nobody's going to hear what I have to say. They're used to a world where speaking up is not valued, where their point of view is not valued, where they get fired in a workplace if they speak. So we need to reach out to them more because their words are valued. We should be incorporating what they have to say. And I'm going to be very generic here, and it is a generalization. The most of those, generally speaking, don't have access to the internet. Generally speaking, I know some do. I've met some champions that do that. They're not part of your street, you'll say. We don't hear from them. What we do hear from is what people don't want. We don't hear from how we engage with them and put them through the process so they feel welcome, that their point of view is important. I hear time and time again, why would I bother doing that? Because I'm used to a world where we're silenced. And I think we need to reach out to them more. Hence why I said in Your Street, Your Say, how to reach out to those speaking those languages. We were very clear with one particular cohort, but we weren't with the others. So community engagement with those who believe that their word is not important enough is important enough for us to reach out to them. I've heard of people that are born here with a migrant background in terms of their authenticity, that they don't even engage with council. Their words are just equally as important as those that are more articulate, that are engaging, those on social media, those that do contribute to Your Street, Your Say. But we don't reach out to them enough. And I'm not saying that the officers aren't doing their job. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we need to elevate their voices even more, because their voices are just as important as those that we don't hear from. It's about listening to the whole community and ensuring as much as possible to elevate their voices and hear what they have to say. That's all I have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence, would you like to speak to the item?
Mayor, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt. Before Councillor Williams begins, can we get a continuance for another 30 minutes, please? I'd like to move that motion.
Yes. Do I have a seconder for the continuance? Councillor Messina, all those in favour? That's carried unanimously. We've got a continuance motion passed. Councillor Lawrence, would you like to speak to the item? Councillor Lawrence, would you like to speak to the item as the seconder?
Sorry, look, it is just amazing, the stories of our neighbours, our traders, the families, the stories you hear at sports clubs, and of people who've come from war-torn places. And again, you know, we're now talking from Yugoslavia through to Sudan, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, many places, and collectively, you know, people share these intercultural stories. And some of the events, of course, I remember have been held at DEC and other places where we brought people together from different generations of migration. I think there was recently one last year with 3 generations of migrations of refugees. Just speaking from a stage, the 3 having a wealth of life and a real celebration of achievements that their families made here in the city of Darebin. Was an incredible event. I've forgotten, I think the former mayor and I think Councillor Tom Howner might have been there, but there's many of these stories. So I think that you know, it's commendable what Councillor Lena Messina is doing with this.
There appears to be a problem because we haven't incorporated projects including migration monument, country of origin signage and place naming projects. It's been wiped from the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Messina. We've got an amendment we've got an alternative motion on the table. So I think you'd need someone to move an amendment to add that in.
Councillor Mayor Newton, I'm happy to address that issue by moving that amendment so that we can incorporate that into the substantive motion on the agreement of the mover and the seconder.
Okay. So what's the words that you want to
services projects, including migration monument, country of origin signage, and place naming projects.
Okay, and is that acceptable to the mover and the seconder?
I am the mover.
Absolutely acceptable to me. Actually, the screen's very small, so I couldn't actually see. I don't know
Sorry.
about
Sorry, Councillor Lawrence.
So if we could add those words from Councillor Greco, that's acceptable to the mover and seconder, so that will become the substantive motion.
I'm so sorry. I just noticed it. Sorry.
Yep. So sorry. So I'll just read it out. So we've now got we've got the point 2 that now ends, including the migration monument, country of origin signage, and place naming projects. So we'll now consider that the substantive motion. Does anyone else wish to speak on the item?
Yeah, look, I'll just say something very, very quickly.
Okay.
Look, thanks to Councillor Messina for putting this on the agenda. It's very timely that this is on the agenda, because we are developing a diversity plan, and this is a really important piece of work that needs to be done. The other point that I think that needs to be made is that while some people may be reluctant to engage with the council, the onus is really on organisations to try and reach out to people in the community. And so responsibility falls on us as an organisation to make the best efforts possible that we reach out and engage the community in its entirety. Why this is important? Because our statistics show that nearly 60% of people in the city of Darebin are from diverse backgrounds. So we're not talking about a little rump in our city, but we're talking about substantially, perhaps a majority of people who are post-war migrants or children of migrants in second and third generation. So this is really critical. And the final point that I'll make, often it's said that it's difficult, it's hard, but there are plenty of experiences out there in terms of other organisations in how they do this, and there's a lot of creative ways that this could be done. I think it requires some dedicated attention, and because it is possible to make real inroads rather than just plodding along and saying that we're an inclusive council. But when you look at the data and the statistics of our engagement processes, it's always underrepresented in terms of people from diverse backgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the vote for that item. So all those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Councillors, I'm conscious that it's 9:33 and we're supposed to wrap up by 10. So for the next items, I'm only going to ask for a mover, seconder, and any opposition. So let's move through these notices of motion as quickly as we can because we have urgent business. So I'll next go on to 9.5, which, sorry, 7.5. Yep, Councillor Hannan.
I'd like to move a procedural motion again. I'm sorry. I'd like to move that the urgent motions be dealt with next on the agenda before the remaining items.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that item? Councillor Rennie, and all those in favour? Councillor Newton, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannan, and Councillor Rennie. All those against? Councillor Messina and Councillor Greco, all those abstaining. Councillor Williams and Councillor Dimitriadis. Okay, so we'll move straight to, that motion is passed. So we'll now move straight to urgent business. So councillors, do I have any items of urgent business? Councillor Hannan.
Yes, Mayor, I have an item of urgent business.
Mayor Newton, if I may, Mayor Newton,
Yes.
if I may, there is a list of order of urgent items on the agenda. So can we just go through that list?
Yes, sorry, Councillor Hannan, let me just deal with that. Hang on.
Sorry, which agenda are you referring to, Councillor Greco?
There's an agenda that was put out, I think, by the officers that lists the, I think there are 4 urgent motions now.
Where is that, Councillor Greco?
It was one of the emails that was sent through by our officers late this afternoon.
Okay, what time?
Mayor, they're not in the
Maybe we could
agenda.
ask.
So to you to take them in the order that people give them to you, I believe.
Yes, I think that might be correct, Councillor Greco. It's not on the
I
published agenda.
I think the practice has been is that it's the order in which they are received, the urgent business items. It's not in terms of, and so and that's why the officers have written down that in terms of how they've been received, there are 4 of them. There were 2 from the previous meeting, and apparently there are 2 new ones that have come in. So if we could treat them in that order, I think we'll be respected in the rule.
Rachel, can I get advice on that? So, as chair, do I call for the urgent items, or am I best off going with the ones that were emailed?
Can I just clarify before we answer that question, Mayor, whether there's a motion on foot already or not?
Yes, look, I think there is. So how about we deal with that one, and then maybe we can come back to the rest of the urgent business after that.
I think that would be my advice, is that if you have a motion on foot, that you need to deal with it.
Thank you, Rachel. So Councillor Hannan, we will deal with the motion that you've proposed. So can I go back to you proposing an urgent motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Newton, I have a...
Are we not listening to items since November? So we're not listening to any items from November.
We really move through this fast enough.
Councillor Messina, I'll ask you to... I can answer your questions. So we just had a motion that was passed to move the agenda. So the motion that was passed... Sorry, what was that?
So, Mayor, we're still delaying items. This council is delaying items from the November meeting still. That's not going to be heard tonight.
Nothing's being deferred at this point. At this point, we've moved the agenda forward, so the urgent items will be considered before the rest of the notices of motion. So, Councillor Hannan, I'm sorry, Councillor Greco, did you have something to raise?
Yeah, I had a question. We've moved a procedural motion that was identical to a procedural motion that was moved earlier in the meeting. I'm not sure whether that is actually valid for us then to carry
it's not identical.
Oh, so okay. So you mean the procedural motion? So Councillor Hannan, the procedural motion.
We had a procedural motion of moving the items, urgent items, forward. That failed earlier. We're trying that again, and I just question whether that should be admitted.
So Councillor Hannan, you're saying it's a different motion?
The previous motion was to deal with urgent items after 6.2. We're now well beyond that.
Okay, so
I'm raising it again, given that there is less than half an hour remaining in the meeting.
Yeah, and that's been passed. So I think we need to move on. So Councillor Hannan, what's your urgent item?
Okay, Mayor Newton, I have another procedural motion, if I may. The procedure. Really, I have a point of order, if I may. That the point of order is in relation to 10.1A. That the motion that that Councillor Hannan is proposing is contrary to the meeting rules in 2 respects. One, that it's contrary to the meeting rules because it tries to it addresses an issue that has been previously addressed at the meeting of the 18th of December, and therefore cannot be addressed again because you need to have a period of 6 months that passes.
It's just moving the agenda.
No, this is in relation to the motion that Councillor Hannan is moving.
Okay.
I believe that Councillor Hannan is moving a motion. Councillor Hannan is moving an urgent motion in relation to the...
Okay, so you have a point of order that the motion that Councillor Hannan is moving is against the governance rules?
That's right.
Okay. Rachel, could we get governance advice on? I believe that's been supported as an urgent, that it's possible to put this forward as an urgent motion.
No, Councillor, just to be clear, it's a point of order that that is contrary to the meeting rules because it does not, because it deals with a matter that has been previously dealt with at the December 18th meeting in relation to the in relation to
and
the
I'm
flag raising.
saying that I would like to seek governance advice on whether Councillor Hannan's motion is contrary to the governance rules before I make a ruling. So, Rachel, could we get advice on whether Councillor Hannan's urgent motion is against governance rules?
Give me a moment to look at that particular aspect of them. I'll be with you shortly. I won't be long, Mayor. Give me another minute or so.
Thank you. I appreciate Rachel. Thanks.
Thanks for your patience, Mayor. I am almost with you.
Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate it.
Mayor, so thank you for your
Yes, thank you,
patience.
Rachel.
We do have some clear advice. So I've particularly looking at clause 3.3.1F, and there's a similar provision in the notice of motion section, which is relevant. And so we've considered, is this motion that's been proposed the same as or similar in intent to the motion that was put to the 18th of December meeting? And we don't consider them the same as or similar in intent.
Thank you, Rachel. So we'll move on. Councillor Hannan, do you want to move your urgent motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I've circulated an urgent motion in relation to flags.
Mayor Newton, just as in terms of my point of order and the decision, what's your determination therefore in relation to that point of order?
The governance advice is that the urgent motion is not contrary to the meeting rules, so I am not accepting your point of order. I'm acknowledging that we have 11 minutes until the meeting is supposed to close, Councillor Greco.
Yeah, well, I move a motion of dissent in relation to your determination, Mayor Newton, and I seek a seconder for that.
Councillor Greco, I want to be really conscious. I want to just make it very clear that we need to finish the meeting in 11 minutes. So are you sure that you want to put forward a motion of dissent?
Yes, I'm putting forward a motion of dissent, Mayor Newton.
Okay, do you have a seconder for the motion? Okay, that motion has lapsed, so we'll move on. Councillor Hannan.
Sorry, I raised my
Thank you,
hand.
Mayor.
I'm happy to support. Sorry, I raised my hand. I'm
Oh
happy
my
to
God.
support a dissent in the chair.
I said the motion has lapsed. So Councillor Hannan, would you like to...
You said the motion has lapsed after I raised my hand.
No, she didn't. Move on.
This is a stalling motion.
I'm sorry,
Mayor-
Councillor Rennie. You can't just barge in and accuse people
Councillor
of things
Hannan,
again.
could you please...
Okay, I'm going to keep
I'm going to have
talking.
to ask you
I'm
to
introducing
stop
the
speaking.
motion
Thank you.
that I...
Mayor Newton, I
This
move another
motion is
procedure.
important. Excuse me, I'm talking. You cannot talk over
Yeah,
me. You do
I'm
not have a
moving-
right to talk over me.
I'm moving a point of order. I'm
No,
moving
you
a point of
cannot.
order.
I'm
Councillor
talking.
Greco, I'd
No,
like to ask you to stop.
I'm moving a point
Speaking.
of order, Mayor
What
Newton.
is your point of order?
But the point of order is in relation to meeting procedures, and the point of order is in regards to 10.1 A, which is contrary to the meeting procedures. And the point of order is that Councillor Dimitriadis raised her hand to second my motion. You ignored that. And when she clearly raised her hand to second my motion, and then you declared that the motion was lapsed. So it's a point of order in relation to that particular point. So I'd like to hear your determination on that.
I will refuse to accept that point of order. Councillor Greco, I think that you're deliberately trying to delay the meeting. Councillor Hannan, would you like to speak to
Therefore, I
that?
move a motion of dissent in relation to your determination.
I
Councillor
didn't
Newton.
determine a point of order. So Councillor Hannan, would you like to speak to
Mayor
that?
Newton, I move
And I need a second.
Mayor Newton, I move a
Councillor
motion.
Greco, I need... Okay, I've
Mayor
got Councillor
Newton, you did not make a determination.
Councillor
Mayor
Greco,
Newton.
could you please stop speaking? Councillor Hannan, would you like to speak to the
Point of order, Mayor Newton. I made a point of order, Mayor Newton. I made a point of order.
And I didn't
in relation
rule
to a
on
I
matter.
will not be spoken over. There is
Councillor
grounds
Greco,
to...
please.
There are grounds to remove councillors who continue to interject. I'm very close to
Councillor
doing that.
Greco, I'm giving you a warning for interjecting, and Councillor Hannan, I would like you to continue speaking to your item. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the respect to be able to speak my point. I'll make it as quickly as I can. So do we have a
Councillor
seconder?
Greco, please stop speaking.
I've seconded.
Yes, you have a seconder.
I can see we're going to struggle for time here, so I'll make my points very quickly. Darebin Council has ongoing commitments to raising or lowering flags to half-mast at the Preston City Hall to mark significant events and to promote diversity and inclusion. This item is urgent because it's required in advance of the Midsummer Festival from 21st of January and in respect of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders on 26th of January. There are other events that are planned monthly or more throughout the year. So following Council's resolution about the ceasefire in Palestine in December 2023, the Palestinian flag's been raised since 19th of December, and by 19th of January, this will be the longest that any flag has been raised on the community flagpole during the current term of Council, other than the Aboriginal flag. It was not intended to be raised permanently. It actually says in the motion until a further resolution from Council. There is no other flag other than our national and First Peoples flags that are raised on an ongoing basis. All flags have a start and an end date for practical purposes. The current conflict in Gaza, Israel and the region is horrific, no doubt about it. Darebin Council's heard terrible stories about this at our last meeting and since then and before then. It's heartbreaking. This motion in no way diminishes Darebin Council's solidarity, sympathy and support for all people who are impacted by this crisis. However, there are more than one way to demonstrate support, and there are more than one important issue for our community at any time. We are a very diverse community of many nationalities, religions, identities and abilities. We should not be in a position of having to put one cause against another. We know that flags are often sensitive and can have different meanings to different people, and what is celebrated by one group will be condemned by another. Currently, Darebin Council has one community flagpole at the Preston City Hall. A timeline for taking down the Palestinian flag is required to allow other flags to be featured and to promote cohesion and inclusion in our community. Going forward, the draft community flag policy, which is in process, is intended to provide guidance on how to do this, how to mark important issues and multiple aspects of diversity. This will allow a holistic and considered approach, and it give us the ability to look at how we go about marking multiple issues at the same time, rather than what we could do is basically just try to make up policy from meeting to meeting, and that would be the appropriate way to deal with this going forward. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would the mover like to speak? Does the seconder like to speak?
Thank you. I have real concerns regarding this issue. To be honest, every councillor needs this item to be added into the agenda. We're actually breaching governance rules here.
Councillor Williams, I've accepted the urgent item into the agenda.
I don't think so. It has to be voted in by all councillors.
Actually,
I also seek
that.
governance advice before.
I will check that. Sorry, Councillor Williams.
And there's quite strict
Rachel,
rules regarding this.
Can I check? Am I able to accept this as an urgent item? I'll just go back a step. So
this is a special meeting.
This
is not a normal meeting.
Sorry, Councillor Williams, I'm just seeking governance advice. Rachel, can I accept this as an urgent item, or do we need to vote on it?
So the normal tests for urgent business apply. So it needs to be admitted by council in line with the procedures at 8.1.3 of the governance rules.
Okay, so we need to accept it as we need to vote on it as an urgent item.
Mayor Newton, if I may.
Councillor Greco, sorry, I just need to vote.
Mayor Newton, if I may, I have a point of order. I have a point of order, Mayor Newton. You have to hear my point of order, Mayor Newton.
Councillor Greco, I'm not accepting that at the moment because I need to deal with.
I have a point of order, Mayor Newton.
I need to deal with the urgent motion.
Mayor Newton, I have a point of order that you must listen to. My point of order, Mayor Newton, is that this motion that has been put forward by Councillor Hannan is a motion that is contrary to the meeting rules. And why it's contrary to the meeting rules? Because under the meeting rules, this is a special meeting. You cannot introduce a new item as part of a special meeting. I know that we received advice, but that advice was not clear. It's an area of our governance laws, which is very unclear and uncertain. There are conflicting clauses, and therefore I request that you not admit this item under our governance rules.
So I believe that the advice that I've gotten from the acting CEO is that it needs to be admitted as an urgent item via a vote. So I'll do that first, so we know what the urgent item is. Councillors, can I get a vote to?
Well, I dissent, Mayor Newton. I dissent from your determination. I move a motion of dissent of your determination.
So at the moment, I'm on the item of urgent business. So this is about whether we accept this is an item of urgent business. So councillors, could we please vote on that? All those in favour?
But Mayor Newton, I just make the point that you've made a determination. I am now moving a dissent motion in relation to your determination. And you have to hear that, Mayor Newton.
Councillor Greco, I'm asking you to please, this is your second warning. I'm asking you to please
Mayor Newton, but you have to listen to my...
I'm asking you to stop speaking. This is your third warning. Councillors, could we please vote on whether to accept this as an urgent item? All those in favour? That's Councillor Newton, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Hannan and Councillor Dimitriadis. All those against? And all those abstaining. Councillor Greco, is that an abstain? Okay, 2 abstentions from Councillor Greco and Councillor Williams. And
it's a vote, it's not abstaining. I'm voting against the item to be included.
Thank you. So voting against the urgent item to be admitted by Councillor Greco and Councillor Williams. And can I please get a motion to extend the meeting time until 10:15? Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Rennie and all those in favour? That's Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Dimitriadis. All those against? All those abstaining? Councillor Greco and Councillor Williams are abstaining. Okay, so we're now on the urgent motion, which has been accepted as an item of business. Councillor Hannan, you've finished your speaking. Councillor Rennie, Enna, not Councillor Enna, have you got something?
Sorry, the additional 15 minutes is only if the chairperson believes that they can finish all the untransacted business. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that all items be deferred until the next ordinary meeting in February.
Okay, so I'd like to try Enna, and I think that's going to include a deferral motion. All right, so Councillor Rennie, you're moving a procedural motion. Could you tell us what it is, please? Yeah.
I'll move a procedural motion that all items not dealt with thus far be deferred to the next ordinary council meeting in February.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor McCarthy, all those in favour?
Does that include a question? Does that include the current motion that we're dealing with?
No,
I assume it does.
Because we're on in motion. So that's Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Rennie. All those against? Councillor Greco, all those abstaining? Councillor Dimitriadis and Councillor Williams. Okay, so we'll go back to, okay, so we've now deferred all items apart from the flag motion to February. So can we please have the motion back on the screen for flags? Thank you. So Councillor Hannan, you've spoken. Councillor Rennie, do you wish to speak to the motion?
No reserve.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone want to speak?
Newton, I have an amendment that I'd like to move that I've just sent around.
Okay. Have you got a seconder for the amendment? Is there a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Williams, okay. Just
I can't see the screen. I can't see the screen at the moment.
Okay. So we've got an amendment that's come through from Councillor Greco. Change point 3 as follows. 3 resolves to temporarily remove the Palestinian flag at Preston City Hall for the Midsummer Festival from 18th to 25th of January 2024 and flying an Aboriginal flag at half-mast on 26th of January 2024. Thereafter, the Palestinian flag is to be raised on the 27th of January as per the previous resolution. The temporary removal of the Palestinian flag should only be considered if no other council flag posts are available to raise the rainbow and Aboriginal flag. Okay, so is that acceptable to the mover and the seconder?
No.
No. Okay. Councillor Greco, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I will. Look, in relation to my amendment, what my amendment does is that it still puts in place the very spirit and the very letter of the previous motion that was passed in December 18th meeting. And what this motion does also that it accommodates Councillor Hannan's concerns in relation to the festival that's going to be heard, and also in relation to January 26th. So it will enable then the flag to be temporarily put down, that is the Palestinian flag, for those other two flags to be represented on council's flag post, and then after that, then the Palestinian flag can be raised again to respect the motion that was passed on the 18th of December. Also, what the amendment does is that it enables officers to consider other flag posts across the city where we can raise the flag for the Midsummer Festival, and also where we can raise the flag for the Aboriginal flag on Invasion Day, January. This is a very respectful motion. It's a very inclusive motion, and it doesn't sort of pit one issue against another issue, and it actually tries to therefore incorporate all aspects. Even Councillor Hannan makes the point in his last clause of his motion about where there are multiple or concurrent activities that need to be celebrated or need to be marked by a flag raising. So this actually does that, and I would think that if councils think in a very inclusive manner, and not to speak about the conflict that's occurring and the war in Gaza, that this would be a good way forward, that we can honour what we passed on the 18th of December unanimously, stress that unanimously, and that we can actually move forward and be inclusive of these other two events that are right before us. So I urge councillors to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Williams, would you like to speak to the amendment?
No, I'm just here to hear the debate at the point in time.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hannan.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I appreciate Councillor Greco's intent, but I would say this actually doesn't. It's not a full solution. It's not a solution, firstly, for Midsummer Festival, which actually runs from, I believe, 21st of January till 11th of February. And then straight after that, we've got the National Apology, which I believe is on the 13th of February. So, and then there's basically events per month. So this is actually what my resolution is seeking to avoid, which is making up policy on the run, you know, from meeting to meeting. We're saying we're going to put it up or take it down. I think, you know, it's no disrespect. In fact, we've had a strong statement of solidarity. We put an end date, as we do with any other flag, and then that's not the end of it. We actually have the proper place to work through these solutions. It may be that we consider additional flagpoles. It may be that we consider different ways of addressing multiple issues at the same time. But the best way to do that is we actually have a policy, a draft community flag policy coming to us. We can work through these issues. There might be budget implications, in which case it's part of a budget discussion, in a considered way. There's no disrespect in the meantime. Our position still stands as it was, and that's a better way of dealing with these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further speakers to the amendment, for or against? No. Okay, so we're putting Councillor Greco's amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Greco. And against?
Sorry, Mayor, I voted for it.
Sorry, Councillor Dimitrov, I couldn't see you on screen. So, so I'll just call the vote again. So, all those in favour of the amendment, Councillor Greco and Councillor Dimitriadis. All those against? Councillor Hannon and Councillor Rennie, and all those abstaining? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Williams. So that motion, that amendment has been lost. So we'll go back to the substantive item. Are there any further speakers on the substantive item? Councillor Greco.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yep. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Look, councillors, I'm really disappointed. I can't tell you how disappointed I am in relation to this motion that's put forward that basically reverses what we have done and unanimously on December the 18th. I think because raising the flag was emblematic of the motion that was passed on December the 18th. And by now removing the Palestinian flag, we're actually saying that this issue is gone, it's passed, and we need to move on. As councillors would know, the conflict in Palestine and Gaza is continuing. The massacre, the collective punishment, the genocide is continuing. And here we are now talking about removing the Palestinian flag from our flag post. I would say, therefore, councillors, that this is hollow solidarity on the part of councillors. That if councillors vote for this motion, it's hollow solidarity. And it makes me believe, councillors, given the conduct of the previous meeting, that the agenda was always not to support the December 18th meeting. And it's really shameful that Green councillors on this council are moving this motion, and I think they will be supporting this motion when their own leadership have been quite outspoken in relation to the Palestinian. Green councillors should be shamed and should feel shameful in relation to what they are doing, which is contrary to their own party policies. So, councillors, I really urge you to really rethink about this, because what this will mean, and you're seeing all the emails that have come through from the community in regards to this, in regards to the Palestinian issue, and we're going right across the face of all that. Councillors, this is hollowness. Councillors, this has been feeble. Councillors, this has been disrespectful to our community, and more than anything else, councillors, this has been completely contemptuous of what is actually happening on the ground in Gaza and affecting our Palestinian community here in Darebin and across many other places. So I urge you, councillors, to reject this motion.
On this item? I'm actually concerned about where Councillor Messina is.
She's left the meeting, Councillor Williams.
Okay, just it wasn't notified for the rest of us. Okay, thank you.
Are you sure she doesn't have technical issues? Has anyone contacted her in case she has technical issues?
Yes, she's been contacted by the Zoom, by the IT person. So, Councillor Rennie, would you like to speak to the item?
Mayor, I'll move the procedural motion that the motion now be put.
Okay, have you got a seconder? Councillor McCarthy, and all those who moved it, this is the procedural motion that the motion be put. All those in favour? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannon, Councillor Rennie. All those against? All those abstaining? Councillor Greco, Councillor Dimitriadis and Councillor Williams. So we're now voting on this motion, a substantive motion. So all those in favour?
Councillor Newton, I'm not abstaining. Councillor Newton, I'm not abstaining. I am I'm voting against that the motion be put. Could that be recorded correctly?
Sorry, Mayor, I'd like to just raise a point of order. You mentioned that IT have contacted Councillor Messina and she's actually having IT issues. I've just spoken to her. No one's contacted her. So I'm not sure where you got your advice from or if you've just been...
I got the advice from the Zoom
Can someone
host.
please contact her? She's actually got IT issues. I've just heard from her.
So the IT host said I will reach out to her to check in. So just to check on that. So I'll just repeat that. So yeah, so Councillor Greco and Councillor Greco, you were against the motion that the item be put. So we're now voting on the motion itself. So all those in favour. Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannon, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannon, have I got everyone? McCarthy, Newton, Lawrence, Hannon, Rennie. All those against? And all those abstaining? Councillor Williams, Councillor Greco, Councillor Demetriadis. Okay,
I just want to make it note that I'm abstaining not because of the item itself, but the whole procedure of having this handled and being brought into council as an urgent item, where being a special meeting, all councillors have to vote to include it. The fact that that hasn't, I believe that we haven't followed dual governance procedures.
I think it has to be unanimous. You're right. I'm pretty sure the rules say
legal
unanimous.
advice that an item could be accepted as urgent business with a majority vote. That's in your email. So that is now the... Sorry, what was that?
That is incorrect advice.
The legal advice is incorrect.
The advice is disputable, Mayor Newton. The advice is highly disputable.
So if the legal advice, if you're saying the legal advice is incorrect, that's something that you might need to take offline. But I'm now closing the meeting at 10:13 p.m. So thank you, everyone. And we'll see you back at the ordinary meeting in February. Thank you. And we can now cease the live streaming, please.